You know, as beautiful and fulfilling as I think listening to classical music is, a part of me is wondering, will this get flagged for copyright and be muted in the VOD? I don't know. I guess that's just for me to find out. But anyway, hello people! What's with the classical atmosphere? XYB, I'll be so for real. I saw this thumbnail and with the title, and I thought, you know what, why not? And I did not expect it to be all classical music, but I kind of fuck with it because I love me some classical music. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing about old music like this. Yes, the creators are dead, so there is not literally a copyright for the song itself, but the performance is done by people who are alive. And those pieces, you know, are potentially copywritten. That's the issue with, just old music and copyright in general. Because no fucking way these recorded pieces are actually the original pieces from centuries ago, guys. Come on. Yeah, anyway, hey guys. Hi all. I'm here. We're here. Hello, we're here! Hi everyone. I'm gonna be so for real. I saw XYB's Milotic and it was cut off by the fish tank, and I thought it said Stacy is my god and savior, and I was like, whoa, they switched teams real quick. Anyway, hello, hi. Hello. We cannot see you. I know. I made the conscious choice to only show myself now. Never. Never. Hello, everyone. Hi. I hope y'all are having a great weekend. Myself, I had a holiday yesterday because of Juneteenth. Oh, by the way, it's a little late, but happy Juneteenth weekend, everyone. Very important that we have this holiday, of course. And also, closing our library due to federal holidays may mean that when I come back to the library, there are going to be people pissed off because they weren't given sufficient notice that the library was going to be closed, even though we put up signs, like, days and days in advance. Regardless, hello everyone. I have my dinner, a simple ramen next to me, because it's a simple kind of night. Yesterday, Brazil won, and your mom made a barbecue and the carpet set on fire. Woo! I don't have a Brazil flag, but I hope this will do. Woo! Imagine I'm waving a Brazil flag right now. Sometimes it's fun to wave a flag. You know, not to be too patriotic in this time of day, in this time of year, localized entirely within this apartment, but Brazil #1! Woo! That is the Brazil flag? Oh, you know what? Now that I look at it, yeah, actually, you're so right. Like the green and the yellow and the blue, it's like, it's right there. What am I thinking? Anyway, putting that back. I hope y'all are doing well. I honestly have only locked in for the World Cup during certain games, and seeing people talk about it and analyze it and make jokes about it have been the most enjoyable part. Actually watching the games themselves, I actually cannot watch the games because I do not have the cable necessary. The closest I get is watching fucking iShowSpeed react to it, which is kind of a low point in my life, I think, but I don't know. I don't care much about football. I'm not gonna lie, as a sport to watch, it's interesting, definitely. Like, I find it more interesting than American football, you know? And at the very least, you know, people break bones now and then, but at the very least, with American football, there is a sense of watching inwards to a gladiatorial coliseum match because of how much brain damage comes out of that, you know? Have you seen that tweet where Speed names all the countries? Yes! Where he sees the German flag and goes, Belgium. He sees the, he sees the Vietnam flag and goes, China. Like, just like all that shit, yes. I love it. I love that there's a Speed clip for so many things, and I will say that a lot of people think Speed is, you know, like, as dumb as he's playing himself up to be. I feel like y'all have to give him a little bit of credit, because y'all must know that he is playing it up in that clip, right? Like, that's the point, that's why it's funny. Yeah. Like, I play it up sometimes. Canada, baby. Mexico, baby. Japanese people. Anyway, I'm actually gonna turn the air conditioning a bit up because it's a little heated where I am. Just open it up. It's probably hot because I am running a bunch of laundry right now, which is requiring the dryer to just be on full alert for hours on end. So that's that. Yes. It's exciting, Deltarune in 5 days. What is it? Is it next Thursday? I always forget that Deltarune releases on weird days. Thursdays, I think? I think that's been the case. But that is very exciting. The wizard in the cauldron does evoke a character from Deltarune, so I'm very excited. You thought it was 2 days? I thought it was 5 days. Hold on. When does Deltarune come out? The 24th. Yes. Okay, so 4 days. Yes. Okay, so important update to the main piece that I've been working on for a couple weeks now. And the update is that it is almost done. The main assets are basically done, and I even went to the trouble of replicating a certain background for all of them, and we are in the final lap of making an illustration to me, which is the final touches to make sure it is all, you know, it's all good. So I've been kind of like a shark circling the artistic waters of this piece for a bit. So I've just been, this looks so good, thank you! Thank you! Oh, I'm happy. And it's going to be a pain in the ass because I'm gonna probably have to find a way to, when I put this art on the character pages, just like crop it in an annoying way. But it'll be something. But if you guys... Do you guys think it's fine just how it is now? Because I've been playing around with, like, maybe I should make it so that, like, the background is, like this, or... I don't know. I guess making it kind of dark does make it pop a little bit, you gotta admit. Yeah, making it light does give a certain cartoony sense, but making it dark also makes it... Have you guys, if you're familiar with the game Catherine, this is one of the classic soundtracks that come up. Honestly, that game is pretty good when it comes to referencing classical music. It's them, Chromosynth, yes! I guess there's a part of me that is going back to the archive and seeing what worked there, and... Make a version with a transparent background? You know what? Maybe that's the play. Maybe that is the play. Hold on. Transparency. There you go. So it's basically gonna be like this. And I guess I should put my signature on there, right? I don't know why it's because when it comes to something like this that is like quote-unquote official art, it comes less as like I'm making a big fancy illustration. So probably like, Matt, if you could move your freaking sleeve out of the way, thank you. This music is more important than you would know. This is my lock-in music. Man, it doesn't look great just sitting there, I gotta admit. Lots of characters wear white, so the white grid is a lot. Gotcha. Oh, the rare vertical sangled signature? Whoa, this is totally foreign to me. Whoa, how did I do that? I don't think I could even do that again. It's like writing in another language. This is a whole other script. Oh, I love me some harpsichord. Give it to me. It's like I'm a vampire. Alright. So, if y'all... Oh, wait, I forgot! Dude! Obviously, I need to put in the color filters. Adoy. What am I, a sangled LARPer? Gotta add the filters. Nice and warm. See? Isn't that nice? That's good. Nice and subtle. Well, actually, it's quite loud. Let's turn that down. Alright. Why do I have this? Oh, I was like, why do I have this ominous pear-colored square? Oh, I think it's because I was dividing it into quarters. Sometimes, with a program like this, even though there is a symmetry tool, there's not exactly a break a section into a half so you can kind of easily mirror both sides. So my shortcut around that is to just make a square to measure halves. So yeah, there that goes. I'm glad I'm streaming the most fun and tedious part of drawing, which is this. I feel like... Oh, the wheel! You guys don't see my folder full of miscellaneous guys, but there's a bunch of little group sketches that are in here. And I showed them last time on stream. You're somewhat familiar, but... isn't it nostalgic? You know, the difference between this one and the hair-colored chromosynth, you will get to work. Yeah, that's a pretty good color, honestly. There are colors that I have refused to associate with characters purely because I think the colors aren't good names. Like, don't get me wrong, the literal color of fucking moss, asparagus, avocado, not bad, but you have to admit that associating that with the character, it kind of comes off as like bleh, in my opinion. White Vincent! Woo! But yes, this is, what was it? When was this? Hold on, I need to go, see, I obviously have these downloaded from my DeviantArt archive, but I don't have the specific date they were downloaded. So I would have to go back onto my archive and specifically look up when it was. Where is my original? There we go. Oh my god, this is all so old. So old. Yes, this one. The Spectrum Squad. 2018. Holy guys, this was 2018. I was 19 years old then, just for clarification. And I won't humiliate myself by reading the DeviantArt page, but I will say that it does say exactly what you think it says, which is I finally settled on the characters after redesigns, which is the funniest running gag of my life. 2018, you were alive during that, XYB. I would hope you are. Crawling your Google Gaga ass into my stream. Anyway, the reason why I bring this up is because I think the execution of this is really nice because it's colors, obviously, that are lightened to a certain extent, plus white as divisions. With the black as divisions, the black comes off very strongly, I will say. Yeah, Corona before the Seto asec. I mean, yeah, you were coral, and there's still a part of the coral waterness there. Don't get me wrong, man. Sometimes I look at some of these fits and I think, what in God's name are you wearing? It's like the attempt was there. There is attempts, but my God. Oh, I do like this version of Blaze though. Aww. Yeah. But yeah, this is a very, this specific era of Spectrum Squad is very dear to me. Because it feels like artistically, even though looking back it's like, what was I doing? Artistically, it was such a leap ahead in my own development. So the one I'm showing you right now was just, whoa, I didn't know I was capable of that. And now looking back, it's like, yes, it's still, I would say, on a certain level impressive, but, you know, oh, rest in peace, Annika. I'll draw a buff woman to eulogize you. Anyway, Blaze and White are now old man yaoi. They are! Because when I was 19, old people were 25 years old. So now that I'm older, I've definitely widened my perspective on that. They grow up so fast, they do. Literally. But yes, I think this may be good. Sometimes what I do to test it is that this is a classic Sangle trick, by the way, because the way something looks on computers and different monitors is totally different. So what I would do traditionally, I haven't done this in a while, but since this is such a big piece, I'm gonna elect to do it. I make a draft post of it on Tumblr, and then I save it just as a little draft. And then I go on my phone, go on the Tumblr app, and then open it on the app, and then see the difference of the hues and the general execution on the screen. And I use that opportunity to double check and make sure that it comes off okay here. Wait, the way with the transparent background on Tumblr, it kind of automatically makes it the black background. That's neat. I mean, it might be fucked up on Twitter, I'm not gonna lie. So that's not foolproof, but you know what? That doesn't look bad on the phone. You know what? This passes the phone vibe check, I will say. Yeah, and you can barely see the single signature, which is very important. Is this gonna dox me, XYB? I guess we'll find out. I sent a screenshot of my stuff on a private Discord. What? I'm gonna imagine the old designs as canon, but everyone got melanin. I mean, in some ways, it's nice to think about old designs being quote-unquote beta versions of current designs. Ooh, sure, we can do this. Did you ask if it was gonna dox you because of the YouTube like link thing, as long as you don't include anything after the little ampersands or the at sign or the fucking and symbol, you're fine. Yeah, you're all good. This is cute. And how very orange. Opening. Okay, I think that might be it for this. Now, here's the fun part. Now, logging on the Tumblr is so interesting because the first post I see is, if you know what I'm capable of with a block of Parmesan cheese and a carton of heavy whipping cream, you would kill yourself. 67 likes. That's the first post I see on Tumblr. It's... What a great site. Timeless, honestly. Orange like Ujin, is that the name? You're correct! You did it! Oh, this song is so cute! Yeah, ha 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 ha. Get it out of your system. Alright, so now... How the fuck did I do this last time? Okay, so for those of you who are curious, the reason why I'm overthinking this is because I feel like when I tagged fucking Spectrum Squad, the last time I posted like a bunch of like my characters together officially, that was when I had a decent following online, and so that was like the big whoa. And so I'm trying to go back to how I did it then, to see what I said and how did I perfect it? Did I do it good? Am I gonna get a good job in original character? I can remember Ujin because there's a band I listen to called Orange Lounge, and sometimes I think it's Ujin Lounge. Aww! That's really cute, actually. Yeah. That's kind of the I mean, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm sucking myself off when I say this is the genius of my creative decision, but it's kind of one of the points of having characters with such close associations with colors is that literally there is the verbal association. So as long as you know one thing, you're kind of sort of set on remembering the other, which is color and name. God, I'm looking at old stuff. Oh, by the way, I'm not entirely sure if I did art fight last year. I think I might try to do it again this year. Maybe. I'm still on the fence about it, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's because I only really drew 3 things last year, and I got a lot of art, which is wonderful, and I thank people for that. But I feel like I'm not giving as much as I'm receiving, and I sort of feel bad, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's just when it comes to drawing other people's guys, there's an extra pressure that I put on myself to be like, I have to make it so that they like it and it should look good and all that. Radiant Roses, hello! You folded and joined art fight? Ooh, how fun! My user, it's probably just Sangled. There shouldn't be any reason to not have it be dots. Man, Tumblr was... Wow, this is 7 years ago. Good lord. She suck on my willy. It's quite delightful. If I catch you West Lockshire, you catch me rifle. Classic. Classic. If you guys don't know what I'm doing right now, I'm just scrolling through my old Tumblr because I'm trying to... if this makes sense, I'm trying to find the original post I made with the group picture, and I'm trying to replicate the magic. Because nostalgia is a spell that I'm under all the time. It's an art competition. It's... Did you mean to say it's not an art competition? But... Thank you. I guess... Well, thank you for that song request, XYB, first and foremost. That was a really cute song. Very whimsical. Back to heavy orchestra. Oh man, I was just doing some bullshit back then. I guess I was like 19, 20, and I was in college. I was coping with a lot of stuff, so, you know, not the worst. Okay, XYB, I know you joined Art Fight for the first time, so in a literal sense, yes, it is a team competition. But the thing is, the main incentive of drawing isn't I'm going to defeat the other team, it's to draw people's guys because it's a nice thing to do. Does that make sense? Like you do stuff and no one wins. It's kind of like when I used to host a very small art challenge back in the day. It was called Make Your Fighter, and the idea was that every week you got 2 prompts that you designed characters to, and whatever team had more entries, that team won, and so there was a competitive aspect to it, but it was more so the idea of encouraging people to make up the designs and just have fun. So it's kind of like that, where the bottom line is that it's nice to look at people's characters and draw them and support them, and the context of it being a team dynamic is a way to, I guess in the broader schemes, just further encouragement. But at the end of the day, it's not literally a competition. Like there's team winners, but the idea is that we're doing it because it's a nice thing to do. It's a team, not a single person. Lord, could you imagine if Art Fight was a single person competition? Okay, XYB, I have a question. I know you had a bit earlier in the stream where you were saying that my ancestor was someone like this. Is that actually your ancestor? Or are you just making up a person? Are you making up my lore, XYB? Am I just a character to you, XYB? A character for you to headcanon about? Just because I'm in your screen doesn't mean... Oh, it's because of classical music? I made you a British Sona name? Dude, could you make it not be Ledger? Because all I can think of is Heath Ledger, and... Not the worst, but... a little. I feel like, can you give me, like, Wellington or some shit? You know, considering my background, honestly, if I had a British equivalent, they would probably have a poor country bumpkin ass name, I'm not gonna lie. My family, it did not come from prosperous backgrounds, though most Koreans did not, unfortunately, because of the war. Heath Ledger, a guy who played Joker in the Batman movies. Sanborn Gareth Ledger. Oh, wait. I'm putting my mind gems together. Is it because it's LED? Wait, XYB, that's kind of genius. It's like in Digital Circus when they were like, what if their human names is Pomnifer and Jax Nicholson? Like, what if Sangold's real name is Sanborn Gareth Ledger? Wait, it's peak. It's peak, I'm afraid. You know what? Canonize it. Who do I talk to? My name is very Irish, so if you anglicize it, it would be a hate crime. That's fair. I'm not anywhere near that area of the world, so if you anglicize it, it's not the end of the world. You're so smart. You are! You did it! You cracked the code! So I'm writing a diatribe in the Tumblr tags before I post this. Your name is Sean McLaughlin? Don't do that. You know, it's pretty bad internet security-wise when you have XYB telling you not to reveal personal information. It's reached that point. Dude, it'd be crazy if it was the American equivalent of, like, my name is James Turner. Wait! Fuck! He's doxed himself! No! The government already has my name. I mean, that sounds nice. Actually, you know what? While I do this, wasn't the whole conceit of me drawing this is because I want to make it Pride related? I should probably make a, like, my whole excuse was that, you know, I'll make a Pride version because then it'll be done for Pride Month. I should do that. Yeah, I should do that. Alright, hold on. Okay, so, well, I guess you guys will see me draw stuff now. So that's the folder with the squares. So now let's make a folder with the colors. Okay, so it's gonna be pretty. I need to look up the fucking pride flags. I'm a fake gay, but sometimes I don't know the exact order of the colors and all that. Okay. We're gonna make it real rough, alright? Okay. Okay. That look good? Hope it does. Alright. And then... honestly, Ujin, you can be... There you go. There's 7 people here, including Sang. You forgot the Lord, and also people who are potentially going to be watching the VOD. Excuse you, I have quite the reach. I have reach. I have an audience. I have power. I have numbers and I have power. Get it twisted. Ujin is orange. Dude, that's so true. Okay, you can be the bisexual one. Get over here. Get over here, mister. Get over here. It's kind of crazy whenever someone like talks about the original server, the original Sanging server with experience because they lived it, and I'm like, that was eons ago. Who carries those memories? No one, possibly. Okay, so at a certain point, the band started going a certain way, so I'm gonna have to start being, alright. Okay. We're gonna make you bisexual. You know that tweet that's like, I'm gonna be announcing people's orientations and wait, what is it, like, gonna be deciding people's pronouns tomorrow, and trust me, there's gonna be some surprises. I kind of feel like that right now. Not that I'm not literally making them who they are, it's just making it visible, but it does kind of feel like that. You draw Wyatt and you called him White. I mean, that's literally what he is, so, you know, not the worst thing. Not many characters can handle the heavy burden of being the white color. Alright, what are you? Dude, would you guys stone me if I made Clark the token heterosexual? Because that's kind of where he is. I'm gonna be so for real. Dude, wouldn't it be funny if I pulled like a has-been hotel and gave them fucking the straight pride flag? It's so, like, it just feels weird to do that, so I'm not gonna do that. But what is the just put a robot flag? What does that even mean, bro? Robot pride flag. Dude, I'm just seeing pictures of robots with gay pride. Oh, dude, is this it? Is this him? It even has his color. It literally has cyan. Dude. Or maybe, dude, it's perfect. Love is love. Love is love. Guys. There's an unlabeled pride flag, right? There's an unlabeled one. Oh, there is one, but it's not nice looking. It's so pastel and ugh. I mean, no hate. You know, making pride flags is hard, but like this is the official quote-unquote unlabeled pride flag I'm seeing, and I'm not gonna lie, it looks like baby food. It looks like the LaCroix of flags. Like, you didn't draw a flag, you just beamed the idea of a neighborhood, of a hint, of a scent of a flag. I don't know. Like, again, do what you want to do, but it's just not something that I particularly like. It looks so much. I mean, I would find it cute, I guess. It's just not. What is the Demi Boy flag? Ooh, actually, Demi Boy would fit him pretty decently. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm making these up on the spot, but for certain characters, it truly just be like, what up? Like, that picture of the lady going, what are you? Sometimes it'd be like that with my guys. So, fuck it. We don't have to think too hard about it, Seal, my guy. I mean, Clark, my guy. You haven't been Seal in a long time. Sorry, I'm in all sorts of ways right now. But let's make you Demi Boy, because why not? Saying being a Vexology flag snob, I mean, how is that even a surprise to any of y'all? Flag design is not that far off from just regular character design. Let's be real. Okay, there we go. That's you, buddy. Okay. So for Clover, I know there's a, what is it, a Chilean flag? I guess the Chilean flag does look nice. You know, it does have the green in it, but man, this is where put the Irish flag for Clover? Dude, that'd be so fucking funny! Wait, that'd be so fucking funny! Bro! Wait, Apollo, how are you You're a genius. You're a genius. Wait, but he's Irish and Italian, though. So let me also look up both. Wait a minute, they're basically the same flag, except one of them is orange stripe and one of them is red stripe. So we can make it kind of both. It's peak. We'll just make it really vague and make it kind of like a reddish orange. So it's kind of both. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh my god. Just in time for Pride. Make the warm colored stripe a gradient. I'm making it like kind of an in-between where it's both it's kind of an orange. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's do. There we go. For Vincent, you should put a screenshot of the Wikipedia page for antidepressants. Wouldn't that be fun, huh? Okay. So we've got two. We haven't had copies yet, like duplicates. Bree, huh. Now we're getting into interesting territory because not even interesting, but so many of these guys are just the buy flag over and over. So, you know a girl who hissed at people? The spider on my wall just jumped. Please jump out of the screen and save me. Hold on. Let me at him. What? Whoa! Imagine. XYB, if there's anything I can do from this side of the ocean, I can try to imbue you with the strength to, make peace with that spider, because having a spider in your room is not the worst thing, okay? Spiders they take care of the other bugs that may enter your room, so it's like better a spider than a fly or a bad thing, you know? Maybe if you can't get rid of the spiders, make peace with the spiders, is all I'm trying to say. Okay, yeah, we might have to make like one bisexual per column because it's the best I got. But it's my limitation on myself. One bisexual per column. There we go. Dear period cramps, leave her alone, yeah. Alright. Oh, for Gallo? Honestly? Hold on. Here we can actually put in the Chilean flag. I feel like I'm pronouncing it. Am I stupid? Like, it's, I know how to pronounce Sapphic, obviously. But how do you pronounce, like, it's Achilles, right? So is it Achillean? Because when I pronounce it like a Chilean, I feel like I'm saying that they're from the country Chile, and I feel stupid. So it's Achillean, right? Because it's Achilles. I don't know why it hasn't hit me to pronounce it like that. You say like Achilles, not like chilies, like it's chilies. Bro, the Chili's flag. Crazy. But yeah, I think that would be a good flag to give to the, specifically for Gallo, but I guess, actually, you know what? Since Corona's stuck in there, let's get the agender flag up in there. Yeah, let's get the agender flag up in there. Let's do that. We're really getting into the thick of a Pride Month this time around. Right. God, the agender flag has a lot of stripes. And then it's this nice green. It's actually quite close to that kind of cosmic latte, which is not bad. Not bad at all. Most of their body covers the flag, so it's not the end of the world. There we go. Agender. Is Gallo also agender? Who knows? But Corona is, so let's just give him that. Okay, Phoebe, you get a nice old trans flag. Yay! It's even pink! It's perfect! So, kind of like with Adam, all I have to do is just give you the other colors. Pink and blue. Man, the trans flag is so cute, I'm not gonna lie. Like, y'all got a good flag. Change, well, tugs my collar. There's no agreed upon way to pronounce it because Chile is an indigenous word? Huh, I actually didn't know that. Oh, Queen Sangled, I have a most urgent inquiry. What is it, my liege? Ooh, I will send you a voice reveal on how to pronounce it. I love Greek mythology. Like, Apollo, I believe you. I know that Achilles is, you know, it's probably pretty straightforward, but I haven't actually heard someone say Achillean before. So it either sounds like I'm talking about someone from, you know, Chile or Cillian Murphy. Either way, it sounds wrong. Do you like rabbits and bunnies? I wanted to know your opinions on hares. Hares are good. I will say that they do scare me a little bit because there's a bit of like wildness in their design. Kind of like a pig versus a boar. Like there's an inherent lack of domestication and like a whoa, alright, I will leave you be. But I will say objectively hares are in that same family, so they're good. The trans flag is the prettiest flag? Yeah, isn't it? Honestly. The trans flag and the bi flag and the pan flag, they're all pretty good because pink and blue is just kind of a goated combination, I'm not gonna lie. You gotta admit, pink and blue is just... you can't go wrong with it. But specifically the way it's pastel in the trans one is nice, I will say. Well, the bisexual one is more like, you know, like a nice street light in the dark. You know what, Rowan? I'm gonna give you a special deal. Let's give you a good ol'... Stop. Good ol'... I mean, I have a personal... I feel like flags that have black in them aren't objectively bad, but black and gray, I do feel like are a bit less fun. But, you know, that's just my own take. You know, if I just leave it like this, it just kind of looks like his own brand of asexuality, but... obviously we want to finish it. And the purple. There you go. That's nice. Chromasin Velka, yucky! And then you have the chromosynth value yummy, which is give it all to me. Does it look good? I mean, I'm doing this super sloppily, so, you know, there's only so well I can do it. But yeah, I think that's good. Okay, Patricio, I think, is definitely gonna get the NB flag. So kind of like Ujin, we're getting a little non-binary out there. It's also fitting because their color scheme is basically just that. Bum, 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 bum. And then the yellow. I wish the yellow on the non-binary flag was a bit more like a nice yellow. Like a nice yellow is more warm and golden. That yellow is like a very stark Yuna yellow, which I feel, I don't know. It's less kind on the eyes. Okay. What is next? Fern Gully, the Last Rainforest. Wait, y'all wanna... Sorry, no, we are not doing that. How about Kirby music compilation? Look at that. That's my guy. Onion Ocean. Okay, that's good. Yeah, for... Again, can't be slapping bisexuality onto everyone, but... You know what? One for every row. One for every row, one for every column. Matt, you're the one who's the lucky bisexual this time around. Because it's like this, and then now this. We're mixing it up a little bit, so I have to come up with something else for Vincent. Which shouldn't be too hard. Vincent to me is omnisexual? What is that? I don't know that off the top of my head. Is that a multi-gender attraction? Boy haps. That sounds hold on. I gotta fix Mililani's flag because his looks uniquely fucked up compared to everyone else's. So let's just... Wait, where did Mats go? Where did you go? Did I accidentally erase it? Where did you... Oh, there you go. Did I just... Oh, I did totally accidentally erase it. Alright, well, do that. Replace it. That. And then... 60%. Omnisexuality is the sexual attraction to people of all sexes and gender identities, wherein gender plays a role in one's attraction. He's actually Arrow Ace. The romance thing is a fraud? Dude, that'd be a thinker, alright. Because, like, the idea of a character whose entire premise is the psychological aspects of romance, and you know their whole value is emotion and romance and all that, and them being like coming out of me like that's not for me, dog. That's really interesting. Oh god, I'm sweating. I don't know why I'm sweating. What if I did something really evil? No way! Ah! Ah! Trigger warning. I mean, I can't have Clover be the only one that's a punchline. Otherwise, I'd feel bad. Stupid ass Europeans. Happy Pride, everyone. Happy Pride. Dude, no wonder he's so miserable. Damn. It's rough out here. So yes, we have the one folder full of, you know, their things. And here's the other folder filled with pride. Let me actually adjust some of the colors. Just like, for example, Breeze purple. It'd be nice and dark. Just making sure. There's a hyper romantic flag somewhere. Huh. Is there? Yeah, probably. But I feel like hypersexual and hyper romantic, I feel like they're more like disorders and kind of like certain conditions. And not to say that there isn't a sense of identity and pride you can get from it, but it's like, it's kind of like giving someone the autism pride flag here. It kind of, you know, like, I've literally gave him the Irish-Italian alliance flag, but still, it's okay. He can be French. He can handle it. So the regular rainbow flag is a catch-all for all queer people. I think that's how some people see it. That's how I'd like to see it, in that, you know, rainbow represents kind of just the community as a whole, and that kind of supports. There are some people who see the rainbow as not its own, like, identity. I think, you know, when it comes to specifically gay people, you know, the MLMs and all that, the rainbow flag is a nice catch-all. I don't know. Historically, the rainbow is a pretty good, just general representation of same gender attraction and all that. Saying, I felt represented by Clover until you erased him. What do you mean I erased him? He's right there. He's living his, actually, I was gonna say he's living his best life. His life is not that great. To be fair, a lot of these people's lives are not great. So, you know, free him. made him French instead of Irish Italian. What do you mean? Clover is here. This is Vincent. This is a totally different guy. I know they both look equally twinkish and pathetic, but they are in fact different characters. And Vincent was in his beta form a white man, so maybe that's the energy you're getting from him. But alright, so Chroma Pride. There we go. Okay, alright. So now let's get to posting. And let's go ahead and post this. And then I will give it a few minutes, and then I will basically quote retweet it or reblog it with the Pride version afterwards so that they can enjoy it. Alright. So now back on to Twitter. Twitter. Will you also post on Blue Sky? Of course I will. This is the first nice illustration I've done in decades. So I will make sure to post it on Blue Sky. And I can actually, should I pin this? Usually I pin the episode updates, but I can pin this too. Into profile. There we go. That's a nice little pinned image. Thank you, Goose. Thank you. Oh my god, someone shaved Phoenix Wright. And I mean shaved as in shaved his head, so you could slap his head and it would reverberate. Damn. People on Ace Attorney Twitter are up to some interesting things, all because we haven't gotten a new game in a while, and I kind of feel bad, I'm not gonna lie. I feel for them. Alright. Blue Sky. Why does it auto to Blue Sky Studios? They're defunct. I've been on the Blue Sky website for a while now, and it's still, when I type in Blue Skies, it automatically goes to Blue Sky Studios. Why is this? Alright. I have to do the alt text for Blue Sky. 4x4 grid of characters from ChromaSynth. I can pin this on my Blue Sky. Like, I don't have a ChromaSynth alt account for most other platforms, so they just go on my main ones. By the way, I just remembered, I don't use Tumblr a lot. I have a shit ton of followers on Tumblr. Don't know why that's a thing. It's probably one of my most, I would say, popular accounts. Ooh, the transparency on the Blue Sky version is actually really nice. Yeah, because I'm doing a dark mode on Blue Sky. So, yeah, that looks nice. Okay. God motherfucking damn. By the way, y'all know this. I just want to show y'all this video. It's this one.
Bitch, so I'm a Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, don't forget the ice. And I'm not making money off the monkey foot, bitch. So I'ma sell clocks, bitch. Motherfucking clocks. Look at this ancient ass clock here. This motherfucking clock here is nice. You need to goddamn tell the time and everything. God motherfucking damn. What happened to my motherfucking clock, bitch? I'ma be broke. Why? Help. God motherfucking damn.
The original video is already a masterpiece, and I think this Phantom iteration truly does it justice. Anyway. Aw, Royal, thank you for what is it on Blue Sky? Re sh sharing it across the skies. Mm, what is it? Repost. Okay. I don't know why it gave me an aneurysm to come up with that, but I appreciate them doing that even though they're not here at present. All right. So the only platform that is left is Instagram. So, pardon me. So Instagram is really interesting to post at because essentially Instagram is funnily enough a really good platform for image posting because one post you can have several images on it, but unlike Twitter, the images themselves don't get squished. That you can actually it turns it into a gallery, which I think is super neat for making I don't know like comics, compilations, montages. I mean the platform itself when it comes to artists is a mixed bag. I have a decent enough following on Instagram, so it does all right there. Blue Sky sucks, but at least it's not owned by a Nazi. I mean, I think we can all agree that the hostile takeover of Twitter by Elon Musk isn't exactly totally reflective of Twitter itself, if I may be frank. Like, Trump is like my president, but I'm still living in America. I know that that's a wild comparison to make between like the United States government and Twitter Corporation, but you know, sometimes the people in charge of your shit are bad, but you don't find a particular reason to go anywhere because you're not actively giving them money. You cannot engage on Twitter. I mean, listen, again, the comparison isn't foolproof, I understand. But I do think that there are certain benefits to having Twitter around. Because there's a culture there that you can actually, once you learn not to get rage baited, you can appreciate what it has to afford. So if you guys know what I'm doing, so Instagram has that gallery function, so I just download the same image a couple of times and then make zoomed in versions for details. So I'm just taking that same art and splitting it into 4 zoomed in versions. As you do. The way people talk about Blue Sky as a lib safe space, I don't. Huh. That is a take, interestingly enough. Alright. Time for me to post this. Wata. And then, oh yeah, Instagram has this thing where you can add audio to your post, which is fun. What is this one? Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I feel like music that is very music that I would play on stream is stuff that comes up when I'm looking for music to have with the Instagram posts. So that's fun. Okay, so pardon me, I just want to get this over with so I don't have to. Original character. I feel like the tagging system on Instagram is probably maybe its weakest point, because I don't know, my tags do jack shit. You know? Yeah, Gesundheit. Wait, do I say Gesundheit to myself? I'm so used to doing it for other people that I'm embarrassed. Should I have done that for myself? Excuse me, that's what I should have said. Pardon me. Alright. Instagram. There we go. Okay, it's up. Nice, 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 nice. Woo! Look at people on Twitter talking about Blue Sky. Okay, first of all, I'm on Twitter a lot, and the only times that Blue Sky comes up is a screenshot of someone saying something funny on Blue Sky and just it being shared, which is kind of the social media tradition of cross-platform posting. And the other thing is, like, someone having, like, woke level 1 conversations on Blue Sky, which is admittedly very easy to make fun of, but it's true. It's very rare that I see people even being like, oh, Blue Sky sucks. Like, most people don't care. I mean, listen, I'm not trying to say that the insults are founded, but I think for the most part, if you like it, then that's nice. I use it sometimes, so I can see the benefits to it. Definitely the different ways you can explore with the discover and the tags and all that, I think that's really nice. I just think Twitter is uniquely fucked up, and fucked up as in, like, people just say the darndest things on there, and I can't look away. I think we exist in different Twitter neighborhoods. Maybe? That's almost always the case when it comes to your perception of groups of people and all that. And then, like, wait, I can pin this on my Twitter! Wait, on my Tumblr, I mean. So it's not that corny-ass explanation about chromosome. Yeah! Yay! Oh, I should also... The last thing. I need to post it in the Discord! Of course I do! Saying posts. Of course, I sort of prioritize Twitter because Twitter is the only place that has a dedicated Chromosynth official quote-unquote account. So, you know. Posted on all my platforms. Man, I haven't drawn shit most of this year. Oh well, all the more reason that it's nice to have drawn this. Alright. Well, that's that. That's kind of the main thing that I wanted to finish this stream, even though I spent a lot of today and yesterday just finishing it. Now that it's done. Oh, good night, sorry. Have a good one. Goodbye. Wanna watch funny YouTube videos? I'm okay. No disrespect, I don't think I've sunk that low at this particular point. So I'm gonna try to look for something else I can draw. Thinks very hard. Would you be up for a stream request for 2 characters, Yuri for Pride? Roses, I would love to draw your gay-ass characters. You know what? I haven't actually drawn Taylor in a bit. We should probably go back to this. Especially since I've sort of semi-finalized her design a bit ago, but it came out looking a bit chopped. So this is a good opportunity to go back to it and right my wrongs. Because, mind you, she's supposed to look something like this. So. Yay! And a second. I shall have my Discord open in the background for when you submit it. Yeah, while we're here, let's adjust this. Let's give her more muscle. Holy. Yeah, in general, I just want to make her bulkier, I think. I think that'd be a good move. Ears are very easy to fuck up. Even when I simplify them to shapes like these, I find myself stumbling all too often. Should I make her tanner? I feel like with Avril, for example, Avril is very tan. Avril's like this tan. And to be fair, the tan is obvious here because Avril's not great at taking care of it. But with Taylor, I think giving her a nice golden tan would be appropriate. Something like that. Yeah. And then the eyes. I love that I gave her just like an itty bitty bit of breast freckles. That sounds like something I would do. So let's replace this skin tone with that. I think we can make, yeah, we can make this darker too. This one. Oops. Alright, and when it comes to the eyes, I have this terrible problem with making the eyes not symmetrical, and it's not the worst thing in the world, but I can always notice when like an eyelash is not the same way down on one side as it is on the other. That looks alright. Then the eyebrows. I think we can make them a little more aggressive. Yeah, like that. Not quite DreamWorks, but just a little more than passive. Let's make this a little darker too. I guess since Deltarune is coming out Delta soon, I should have some, I don't know, predictions, theories? The thing is, when it comes to actually theory crafting, I'm not great. Like, I can think of things that would be cool to explore, but I'm not good at actually having a hand in the, like, I've predicted the patterns. I can see into the future. Like, I'm not good at all that. So, I mean, obviously, people have been calling for a while that this is going to be the Asgore flower shop world, which makes sense. I think it's been heavily alluded to in the 4th chapter, where Gerson just straight up says, like, talks about the different worlds and the chapters and all that. So, like, that doesn't particularly come as a surprise. I am interested in how Japanese this festival is gonna be, because I feel like when we think of festival, maybe because this hometown is a very, from what I can see, like a suburban American place, but with the art we've seen from the Undertale Deltarune collaboration, as well as the, you know, the trailer preview, it seems like it's gonna be like a Japanese festival, and I'm not gonna lie, Toby, my man, like, I understand. Japan rules, and that's where you got a lot of your inspirations for your story and your games, and the Mother 3 and all that, but... I don't know. There's just a part of me that's like... Toby Fox cannot escape the Thing Japan allegations as, like, that being that type of dude. Not that he even does it poorly, it's just like come on, man. I don't know. I actually think it would be interesting if the actual festival would be not a specific culture, like not strictly Japanese. It would be nice if it had Japanese leanings, but it was this vague human thing. You know? Because monster culture is totally different. Like, they have different religion and all that. So it'd be nice if it was just this sort of alien, quasi-human thing. I'd like that more than it just being Festival Japan. It's probably inspired by anime festival episodes. I get it, but... I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that if that's the direction it's going for, it better do it in a damn creative way. Because otherwise, it kind of just feels like having the anime episode, and I don't know if you've earned that, even for something as good as Deltarune. Also, hello, Clover. We are feeling overstimulated, yet we keep seeking out stimulation because the lack of stimulation makes me crazy. Aww. Well, I hope you feel better. I think something that helps with that for me is having kind of a stimulation static. So something like classical music, the sound of rain, something that isn't stimulation poison like shitposts and doom scrolling, but something that is just repetitive and just irregular enough that, you know, it calms me. Ooh, rain sounds nice, yeah. Applejack is pretty, thank you. I don't know why I said thank you. Applejack is not my character. This is the closest I'll get to it. Lord knows. Alright, so that should be good for the body. So now for the outfit. I might have to just redraw it. Not redraw it entirely, but just tweak it. I do like what I did with this bang here. It's very Avril-esque. Having it just be so like that. But I think shape-wise, we can definitely improve upon it. Oh, it's 9:45. Nice. Excellent. Is this a Kirby GBA game? I would sense it. Kirby Squeak Squad! Yes! Oh, my childhood. Kirby Squeak Squad was the very first game I ever had that I specifically bought for myself. So it has I have a lot of fond memories of it. Pretty short game, I'm not gonna lie. You just go through, like Mario style, you go through the worlds and face the boss and that's it. But It's definitely a pretty good baby game for a baby like me. I do think I'm gonna make her hair a bit more angular. I think, yeah, it's right at the very least now where it is, it's too smooth. Yeah, let's drape that a bit more. I think that'd be fun. Makes for a nice cape-like silhouette. We muted and have Rain playing. We may still chat. Okay. I know you said you muted, so you can't hear me, so thumbs up for me. So this is proof that people do watch my streams on mute, which means it is all that much more important that I say shit. No, I mean, all that much more important that I draw shit, specifically. Sometimes I do not do that enough. Sometimes I do recall that people come to art streams to watch the art. I have to remember that. Actually, it's not even because this one's shorter than the other. That should be good. I'm glad I could help Clover with the overstimulation thing, because I definitely understand being in a position where this particularly happens when I'm doom scrolling, and not even doom scrolling to actual doom stuff, but just mindlessly scrolling and not getting anywhere mentally, and it just feels like stagnant. It's just slop and slop. That's when you kind of gotta put the phone down and just totally do the mental equivalent of touching grass, and just rewire everything you got going on. Make sure you can still feel your body and your blood and all that. That's why I don't go on YouTube Shorts too often, because specifically YouTube Shorts, I don't know what about it that just has the algorithmic formula for slop, but I will just see the strangest stuff on there. Stuff that is also clearly people in third world countries who have like thousands of live viewers, and they're just doing really, I guess, baity stuff. You know those videos where someone has like a big balloon with them, and the whole gist of the clickbait or the linger bait is that, like, oh no, I'm gonna pop it, and they don't, but the whole idea is that people stay there because of the tantalizing idea that they're gonna do it. Like, you get stuff like that on YouTube Shorts a lot, and I feel like that's another reason why I don't feel inclined to have a TikTok account, because it feels like TikTok lives are just a lot of that. If they aren't just dumb people having a platform. Yeah, let's make her more angular. Give her some fun shapes. Yeah, that's good. There's this channel my baby cousins are obsessed with the Russian girl who's showing off the toys her parents get her. What? That's a genre of channel, right? It's that they're like they're channels that are run by adults, but the kids themselves are the faces of the channel, and it's just toy opening or toy playing or something. Not all of them are evil, but something about it does feel spiritually evil. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not as obnoxiously evil as family vlogger stuff, because that is just, you are actively putting children, you're broadcasting children's lives for entertainment, which is evil. But the toy stuff feels, I don't know, there's something there that I don't like. Something about that I don't like. Oh, she's getting exploited by her parents. Yeah, I think that's the gist of stuff where the kid is the brand, where undoubtedly it's like an online equivalent of child actors, except it's not this, you know, like a Hollywood exec or an industry. It's just the kid's own parents. And I don't know if that makes it better or worse. Like, it's one thing if it's a kid who wants to do it because they're like, oh, yippee, I want to be in front of the camera and all that. But most of the time, the kid doesn't have a lot of agency on what they can do. And, you know, it's like a weird contractual thing, but it's also familially toxic because their manager, quote unquote, is also their parent. So you have, like, an intensification of the usual hostile workplace dynamics, and also they're a child, so they're already like deeply underpowered. All right. Kirby music. Oh, Summer Bliss emulator. Frutiger Arrow Y2K Vaporwave. That's my shit. That is huge! It's huge. Let's touch grass. And when I mean grass, I mean Frutiger Arrow grass. Child actors are often abused by their parents. Judy Garland, Macaulay Culkin. I understand what you're saying, sorry, but I think it's so funny, the attempt at Macaulay Culkin's name that was put in chat there. It's a complicated name. I don't blame you, but I don't think that's how it's spelled. It's like, it's spelled Macaulay. It's a weird-ass name. Maybe it's like Scottish or something. But yes, lots of, specifically, what is her name? I forget. Mara Wilson. Mara Wilson. She is the one who played Matilda, and she is famously a child actress who did her thing as a kid and then dipped because her treatment when she was a child was so abhorrent by, from what I can tell, you know, fans and the industry itself, that she was like, that's it. I'm bouncing as soon as I can. Let's also to be frank, something that is just particularly heinous that happens to child actors and actresses is the fact that them being children is... It sucks, but it is in some ways sexualized and romanticized by certain fans. Like, specifically Mara Wilson, I believe she spoke on having really creepy interactions with people because she was this, you know, quote-unquote precocious young film star, and they just are incapable of living normal lives because the circumstances are so fucked up for a kid's development, and they're just surrounded by adults who should know better. So I totally don't blame her for ditching all that. And like, she's doing well now. Like, she's writing books, she's doing her own thing. It just comes to mind as a, yeah, she was a great actress, but also she was failed in a certain extent. I think that's good for the hair fixes. Yeah, it's definitely like this mess of curls and coils. Oh yeah, 1-year anniversary of K-pop Demon Hunters. I guess I'm just reminded of this K-pop. So that's fun. Hey! 1-year anniversary of a movie that I think isn't perfect, but for what it is, pretty good. And you know, you can argue that because of how popular it got, people are like, alright, I'm tired of it, get it out of here. But, you know, I think it's fair to judge the art by itself rather than its success or failure. You know, its treatment by the public. I feel like that's the fairest thing you can do with a piece of art. And I will still, it was fun seeing Lindsay Ellis get into pissing contacts, like such random beef. Were they? I think they're friends. I don't think they actually got into serious beef with each other. Because, like, I watched Lindsay Ellis back in her Nostalgia Chick days, and Mara Wilson was a guest on there frequently. Oh yeah, there is an upcoming sequel, isn't it? Oh dude, Naver! That's the stuff you see over there, that's Korean. Yeah, Fruitiger Arrow Korean representation. Dude, where's the... Is there an aesthetic that's like Fruitiger Arrow, but, you know, philosophical, so it's like Fruitiger ergo sum? Rene Descartes? Huh? Sorry. Anyway. I should make her thighs thicker. I think that's the conclusion here. I feel like people are too quick to dismiss things that get popular because they assume they're overrated. Yeah, I don't like it when people openly admit that, like, yeah, I never got into that because too many people like it, which is essentially what they mean. And I'm like, so are you stupid? Like, it's one thing to be like, my assumption on this thing is based off of what it's advertising itself as. That's one thing. But specifically being like, I'm not gonna get into this because too many people like it. I think if you admit that, like, without seeing any flaws in it, I think you're kind of slow. Because that just makes you out to be not someone who enjoys art properly. I mean, not to be that you can't ever feel that way, but if I ever feel that way, I'll acknowledge it's a skill issue. Because that shouldn't be how something is approached at first. I didn't get into Andor because too many people told me to watch it all at once. Yeah. Like, if you have a lot of people going, oh, dude, you should, it's so good. Like, I can understand that putting you off, but it's not the show's fault. It's not like the show's going, tell your friends. And then everyone's going, yes, sir. You know? Like, I don't know. I guess I try to be more like glass half full when it comes to stuff like this. And, you know, your feeling of annoyance isn't invalid, but it's a sign that something got them excited, which I think is a good thing. And it's nice to see people excited. The way I drew the tassels here makes it look like a Justin Timberlake 1990s 2000s haircut. How delightful. What was the last book everyone read? I've been... This sounds really dumb. I've been meaning to read House of Leaves for a while. I've been not great at actually following up on it. Because, for me, I haven't committed to sitting down and reading something in a while. Because most of the time, I'm watching stuff, I'm drawing stuff. And that I can sort of multitask, but reading is very much a... You gotta do the whole thing by itself. Which is a shame, because I also work at a library, so it does kind of feel like I'm a poser when I'm not reading as much, but it should be a good opportunity too. Dude, for a free-handed star, that's not bad. Like, do you know how hard it is to freehand a star? That isn't bad. Like, it's not the best, but it's not bad. It's because I got the spirit of the cowboy in me. You're reading a book by Karl Marx? Oh, fun. I love how slimy this song sounds. Slimecore. Oh yeah, gotta accommodate for thicker arms. Very important. Why did I make her sleeves like that? Why did I make her sleeves like that? Did I do that before? I guess they do have a kind of a Western vibe to them if I draw them like that. Yeah, it does feel Western, I guess. I'm gonna redo this one, though. I mostly read comics and graphic novels, but I can't remember the last thing I read. Yeah, I think it's an admirable thing to be well read. And I think it's something we should all strive for. And I say that as someone who is not very good at keeping up on it. So, you know, I'm trying to keep myself accountable too. Alright, I think that should be good when it comes to the bare lines. Alright, I think that should be good. The little lines and all that. Maybe a little hair tuft here. That looks fine. Okay. Time to recolor. All that. I don't think I'll finish Taylor tonight, but I think I'll get a good ways there. Which I'm happy about. You know, I just realized I don't have a game plan for when Deltarune releases. And I haven't had a game plan for the other chapters either, because, like, I don't have the game itself, and personally, as fun as it would be to play it, it's just one of those games that I just truly love to see other people experience it more than me. So that's how I've been experiencing it. So when it comes to the spoiler stuff, I guess I'll just have to be really diligent in watching the people who do go ahead and play it. You know, because there are people who, because they themselves want to avoid spoilers, they play it as soon as possible on stream, and I'll just have to make sure to be there as well. Even though it is a little fan servicey, this design for Taylor to be in essentially a bikini top. She's sort of inspired by almost like an American caricature of a cowgirl, because there's that aura of like, ooh, sexy Wild West woman there. I think you can be a bit tongue-in-cheek about that without leaning too far in to the point where it's indistinguishable as something that is that, rather than something that is paying homage or parodying that. I don't know enough about Ethel Kane to know what she would know. Maybe if what you know about Ethel, maybe you can extrapolate what she would feel. It's also a fun way to parallel her sister Avril, because Avril is in the beach bikini and this is kind of like a southern thing. But yeah, the main line, even though this is, you know, exposing the skin and all that, it's still clear that at the very least functionally this outfit still serves to protect her, because, you know, the hat and the cloak and all that, she's not like one of those people who are designed to be in a desert, like plains, a hot climate, but for some reason they have so much skin out, you're like, how do they survive? Like, there's still a level of, yes, there is some skin out for a sense of, you know, she is in the heat, but there's also a level of coverage that feels practical. And that's a thing I particularly keep in mind, because when people prioritize sexiness above that kind of practical, like, realism, it kind of takes me out of it. This isn't even me being like #women, it's just a matter of my suspension of disbelief can't get over when sexiness is over prioritized. I actually like it when sexiness works in tandem with how people would realistically and comfortably dress. As well as how people are realistically shaped, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not the only person to think this, but there is a certain point to where proportions are emphasized, to where they enter the uncanny valley of, I don't find this sexy, I actually think you are a strange, inhuman, like, monster. And not even like a sexy monster, but like a weird monster. That's why a lot of anime girl designs reach that uncanny valley for me, because they're too bug-eyed or they're too chibi. But like chibi specifically as in they have like little girl proportions, but they have really detailed bits, so they're meant to emulate a sense of stylized realism. But for me, I don't know. What if she breathes through her skin? I'll get back to you on that. I love Kojima, but he's not seeing the pearly gates. Damn. Yeah. I mean, I'm not super familiar with one Hideo Kojima. All I know is that he has things to say. Let's be fair. And he can be a genius in his own right, but it does not surprise me in the least that a male game developer is weird about women. I love wild proportions because I think it's fun. I mean, there's a way to have proportions be fun and wacky, and there's a way to mess with proportions to where the goal is to titillate, and I'm like, I'm not titillated, I'm kind of freaked out. If that makes sense. And the thing is, it's not meant to be freaking me out, which means the execution is not great. If it's meant to be freaking me out because of the proportions, then good on them. But usually it's not. If you look at Sam's feet, yippee, what? Man. Hideo Kojima's... Again, I don't know too much about him, but he seems also weird about men sometimes too. So maybe, like, equality or whatever. Like, he definitely seems like the kind of person who has, like, enough of a Mads Mikkelsen fixation that, like, maybe he can get away with this one. Someone made a video on the topic a lot more scathing than I could be. Oh, dude. If I ever need a YouTube to eat with, I would love to dive into that. Norman Reedus does pee in the shower. I mean, I feel like that's less of a fuck yeah. I think it's less of that and more of like, isn't it funny because it's realistic? Bathroom pee. I'm saying this without having played the game, mind you. I'm saying this without the context and all that, so I could be entirely wrong. Let the man be horny. I wish he didn't have to over-justify it. Just say it gets you off. Nothing wrong with that. I will say that, to a certain extent, yes. There is a level of, if you're open about it, there's a level of, like, I can admire the confidence. And just to be like, hey, this is my thing. I'm really into this. Deal with it. That's fine. But there is definitely art out there where someone's unique proclivities actually get in the way of, you know, the execution of everything else, which is like story and character and whatnot. Like, you know, I don't care if you have a feet thing, but it's one thing to have like dedicated scenes where there are multiple female characters that have feet moments. Like, yes, it's your thing and that's whatever, but that would get in the way of the experience of what this scene is intending, you know? Like, you can critique art that does that when it gets in the way. Tarantino gets away with it? I'm sorry, in what world does Quentin Tarantino get away with what he does? Because, like, I don't know if we're talking about, like, you know, modern era Tarantino's reputation, but I'm pretty sure that at this point, it's kind of like, we're all kind of looking at him like, yeah, the movies kind of rule, but what the hell is up with that? His movies are really, really good. Yeah. See, I think the difference there is that the moments of the feet stuff are, at the very least, few and far between. Like, it's obvious he's into it, but it's, you know, it doesn't sour the actual art too much. But that can't be said for other things and all things. Like, the reason why, you could argue that the reason why Quentin Tarantino is a good director is because he knows when to curtail that specific side of himself that just loves the feet stuff. Like, he knows how to keep it under wraps. Like, when he needs to. Alright, let's start coloring. I'm not saying that it isn't, you know, extreme, the moments. But the fact that most people can enjoy his movies afterwards mean that they are done relatively few and far between, like I said. I'm surprised there's zero feet stuff in Django. Man, do you think he asked Leonardo DiCaprio and he's like, listen, I can get over my thing about the N-word, but I can't do feet. And Quentin was like, dang it. Fuck. I actually haven't watched Django Unchained. I know very few things about it. Only the things that have allowed me to make that joke and nothing else. He also gets off on brutal violence. Wow, who could have thought? I mean, again, if you do it artistically well, that's one thing. But if it just comes off as like torture porn and all that, then there's a level of, alright, well, the meaning has disappeared. Objectifying those characters in a movie about the literal objectification of humans would be a line too far. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, are there sexy female characters in Django Unchained? Like, if it's all dudes, then that might be the more obvious reason why there isn't feet stuff. Unless he's an equal opportunity feet gooner, in which case I would not change my level of respect for him. Let that be known. Man, like, I'm not gonna get too far into, like, fetishy stuff because it's kind of a gross discussion to have even casually. Like, I'm fairly amused by it, but I understand some people can be squeamish about it. But I will say, like, the feet fetish stuff it's obviously tame, and it's also very realistic because it's just a part of the human body. It's kind of the same as armpit stuff. Like, I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world. It's not like you're distorting the body in weird ways and that's what gets you off. It's just a part of the body. Like, it's the most bare bones definition of the fetish in that it's like something that is not typically sexualized or given importance, you know, done that. That's literally what fetishization means. But I feel like just personally, it's one thing to have like a feet preference. Like, I like it when my partner is clean, and that includes having clean feet and all that. Like, that's whatever. But like the overfixation, I don't know. I think it's because I always associate the feet stuff with other unsavory subcategories and industries. Like, you know, like famously they're like celebrity feet pics and whatnot. So that inherent perversion of like parasociality that goes hand in hand with paparazzi and celebrity stuff, like there's a dedicated feet version of that too, which is like, I mean, nothing objectively against people who are like really into that, but I just like, I don't know. Personally, my view is that if you declare it openly, you shouldn't be too surprised when people make fun of you for it, because it's really easy to make fun of. There's basically zero female fan service in Django? Interesting. Huh. It's interesting how almost normalized feet fetish have been when it was previous on the level of being a furry. It's interesting because it's definitely been around for a while. Like, obviously Quentin Tarantino. An unfortunate example would be Dan Schneider on Nickelodeon. Like, the idea of that kind of eroticism, it's been around for a while. I think maybe the internet has made it so much of that subculture is so accessible to the idea of, you know, kind of like with the fucking inflation and shit. Like, before, it's something in which, you know, you could find your people if you tried, but with the advent of the internet, it's so easy to find them that they become their own, like, punchline, you know? I mean, I wouldn't say it's mainstream or normalized by now. I would say it's just more visible. You know? Like, diaper fetishes are more visible, but I would not say they are normalized. Can you tell that I, like, semi-grew up on DeviantArt? Like, the talk of, like, fetishy stuff always fascinates me, because I would come across a lot of different people's special fixations on things, and a lot of my, like, what went through my brain was, like, what would cause someone to have this fixation on this thing? You know? And when I say fetish, I don't even necessarily mean this is explicitly to be off to, or like this is a sexual thing in nature. Sometimes a fetish can just be like an interest that is extremely like honed in. Sometimes it can be just like I think DeviantArt specifically introduced me to that thought of like, I don't think people get off to this. I think people just have a specific fixation on it and want to see it done a lot. Like, I would see pictures of really weird stuff. Like, have you guys ever seen those head swapping ones where like someone's like head is cut off, not in like a gory way but in like a cartoonish way, and then their bodies are swapped with the heads, and like that itself is, I don't think that people necessarily sexualize it, that they think like, oh, it's so hot. I mean, some people could, but I think the idea there is that it's a body, it may be an autism thing, not necessarily. I think people can have weird fixations without it necessarily being an autism thing, but I will say that the focus on it as like, it's like a perversion of the body, and it's like an act that's almost like acrobatic and weird, so that people's like keep continuing to go back to it as like a fascination. Like, I don't know, it's like how sometimes people can get really into, I don't know, fucking true crime and gore videos, even though they're not getting off to it, there is a sense of like, this disturbs me because this is socially unacceptable and unnatural, but there's something like drawing me back in because of that societal like perversion nature. I don't know. I convinced my brother to start playing Silksong, and he just beat Sister Splinter. Aww. Man, you know, as much as I heard people talk about Hollow Knight and Silksong for years, because it was the whole thing, the joke around it was that it was in development forever, once it came out, I did not hear a lot of people talk about it. Mostly because they were playing it, I guess. But I don't think I've heard, like, in my periphery come up discussions about it that wasn't like the allegory of the abortion thing, because that was a little controversial as a talking point. Like, that, I don't know anything about it. Like, usually for games, I know some stuff about it because people just talk about it. But for Silksong, kind of nothing. I don't know if that reflects well or not. It's just the truth. I'm gonna golden this a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Mostly because they're playing it. Yeah, I mean, I understand, but I think the reason why I bring it up now as an observation is because by now people are like done playing it, right? You know, people who have played it day one, so like they would talk about it more, right? I don't know. Or is it just a game that everyone just plays and doesn't talk about? Because maybe that's the perfect game. All you need to know is it made you cry? Aww. Oh yeah, I did hear about the controversy that it's too hard. I did hear about that. Is this brain age? Oh, it's the DSi camera album. Ah, close enough. Hello, Sappy! First rule of Silksong, you don't talk about Silksong. That might be a legitimate rule because of how little I've seen people talk about Silksong. I mean, at the very least, it's not people talking bad about it. That's something. It seems to be a game that is, from what I can see, talked well. I guess that does say something good about it, that, you know, a lot of people have stuff to say about games they don't like, and people seem to like this game. A lot of people didn't beat it. At some point they dropped it because of the difficulty. Oh, is it that bad? Huh. Well, I mean, if they waited this long for the game, I guess the idea is that they're expected to train, you know, and all that. So. Alright. What is this sketch? I like to give nice skin hair contrast. So for her, I think the play would be making the hair. No, not that. There's so. Like, I want to give her like golden hair, but with the tanning of the skin. Actually, that's not bad. Kind of like a honey blonde. Kind of like what Aurora has in Sleeping Beauty, but like a little darker. Yeah, I think that could work. That could work. Silksong is about being a girl. I don't know enough about being a girl to tell if that tracks, but that seems legit. I mean, considering what I've heard about the abortion stuff, then maybe? Maybe. Oh, I forgot the little tie. I suppose I could use a gradient, Safi, that's true. I mean, I did do a similar thing for Avril, in which I did the kind of the light. Oh my god, I just realized her hair is so blonde. But her original kind of darker hair is this. So it creates that brightness without it being too overwhelming. I could do that with Taylor, in that I could give like a darker, browner base underneath. Oh, actually? I mean, the thing is with Avril is that the dyed parts are kind of because mentally I associate like it with like the chemicals of a pool a little bit, but the dyed parts with Taylor, I guess it could come off as more like a rocky, like a gravel, like a dirt road situation. It actually kind of subverts it by making it look more natural with the texture. Hello, Glitched! I've been procrastinating on making a portfolio website for your writing. I wish you all the energy in working on that thing you are procrastinating. If you need someone to tell you to work on it, I can very gladly be that someone for you. Hello, Clover. But like something like this kind of like brown gradient is not bad. It is blending a little bit with this brown, so maybe something a bit lighter. It's not bad. And then maybe could I try? Yeah, this blonde is too artificial. It needed to be golden. Gotta be golden and all that. Kirby is such a cutie. He is! He is! That's my guy. So this means for the hair color, we're having the two sides. No, not that. It was, I think it was this? Yes, it was this. I want to squish his cheeks like a grandma. Okay, time to color in the lines. Pet thicker. Kirby is one of those mascots that, you know, you can look at a Snoopy, you can look at a bunch of Hello Kitties, but Kirby, because he is a video game character, is inherently, like, has a story and all that you can root for. He is the perfect guy. I think Snoopy is up there. Oh, absolutely. I'm not dunking on my goat, Snoopy. I'm just saying, I guess if we had a tier list of cute mascots, Kirby is my number one. Don't get me wrong, Snoopy's up there. There's something about an animal with like a big nose that kind of doubles as a mouth sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And then let's start the lines here. So Taylor's color code is one of those where it's not too bright, where you can just basically incorporate exactly what it is. Kirby friends with everyone. This is true. This is true. Ooh, Winnie the Pooh is... I do love me, like, a big fat toy guy. But... Oh, Joe Cat. Nice. Wonder what he's up to. Good things, I hope.
Late one night before the tavern keeper shut his door, a wobbly gentleman came in, his footing was unsure. Mustachioed and handsome, and his clothing touched the floor. He was no man at all, he was 3 kobolds in a trench coat. One's on the bottom, strong is he, 2's in the middle, carrying 3, 3's pretending not to be 3 kobolds in a trench coat. Dungeon party set up watch so they would earn some rest. The ranger spotted down the hall an unexpected guest. They donned their gear to fight, and so the stranger did confess.
I forgot his voice was so deep.
No evildoer, nor 3 kobolds
is that weird?
In a trench coat. One's on the bottom, strong is he. 2's in the middle, carrying 3, 3's pretending.
I think it's because his design is so femme that I'm like, I guess, you know, good for him.
Party's wizard fair and sharp and ever filled with pride. Not a single soul on earth or heaven she'd confide, except this tall new friend of which no secret she would hide. Ironically she missed he was 3 kobolds in a trench coat. One's on the bottom, strong is he, 2's in the middle, carrying 3.
Joe Cat for president? You know what?
3 kobolds in a trench coat.
Why not? He's served the country well enough. Put him in the ring. I'll take it at this point.
Dilemma that their small minds couldn't wrap. They struggled and they bickered how to cross a massive gap. Luckily they had with them 3 kobolds in a trench coat. One's on the bottom, strong is he, 2's in the middle, carrying 3, 3's pretending not to be 3 kobolds in a trench coat. In the depths they made it to the evil demon's lair. The treasure was in sight, although its guard did not fight fair.
I think I should put the belly button lower. The fact that it's so high up is kind of waking me up. Like right here.
Was no match for 3 kobolds in a trench coat. One's on the bottom, strong is he, 2's in the middle, carrying 3, 3's pretending not to be 3 kobolds in a trench coat. 1, 2, 3. 3 kobolds in a trench coat. And if you're wondering how I sing 3-part harmony, when I am just one man without another to be seen, I'm sure the most observant of you already have gleaned that I am not a man, I am 3 kobolds in a trench coat. One's on the bottom, fiddling free, 2's in the middle, keeping the beat. I'm pretending not to be 3 kobolds in a trench coat. We're pretending not to be.
Well, you're kind of shy at pretending, buddy.
3 kobolds in a trench.
He's too young to be president by 5 years. Fuck. Maybe next time. Yeah. We'll get there. We need a Catboy as president at one point or another. Well, that was a cute request. Back to stuff. By the way, the reason why I love Frutiger era so much is that this era of like Windows Vista 2000 internet is exactly the era I originally grew up in. So it's very dear to me. Gonna go back to Pokemon Champions. Bye, sorry. Thank you for coming. Damn, this is groovy as shit. I do think that one thing that can be added to this shawl situation is kind of like how I gave Clover a shawl with, you know, like the trimmings, like stuff like this. I think I'm gonna try to look for something like that for Taylor. Western shawl. Ooh, I see trimmings, but kind of like longer ones. So the idea is, hold on. We can do something like Clover's, but like stylistically different. So like, so these are obviously the kind of, these are specific kinds of trimmings. For this, I think what would be fun is, something similar, but something like this? Dude, do you see the video? Holy! Clint Eastwood poncho. Yes, that is exactly what I want to find. Thank you. Like this? Hell yeah! It's just like wearing a rug. I've been watching the Baby Assassins movies? What in the world? The mental image was just Boss Baby, but John Wick. Something like this. Yeah, kind of like fuzzy. And since this is an ending, let's... it extends. Damn it! Didn't I? Sorry, I just remembered. we were talking about me promoting my stream more. I just totally forgot to do that. I should post on social medias like, hey, I'm streaming, I'm gonna draw this. I should do that. I'm sorry. I forgot. I want to do that more. I just genuinely, it slipped my mind to even consider doing that this time. But I want to do that. I want to promote my streams. It's one of those things where I'm going to try to make a habit out of it. I guess something that would also help promotion is to make clips of it and then upload the clips, which is what a lot of people do. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm weirdly self-conscious about clipping my own stuff, because what if people look at it and go, oh, you clipped your own thing? Oh, you think you're so funny, don't you? You framed your little funny haha moment and you want everyone to see it? Like, it's one thing to make like a YouTube video compilation or something, but for some reason, I get bashful at the idea of making like a clip specifically for Twitter or something. You can take a second to promote now, nothing stops you. That's true, but I'm gonna be so for real. I can feel myself getting a little bit... You know what? Fuck it. You're right. You're right. You're right. I can promote myself. Let me at the very least finish this part. There we go. Alright. I'll do the good old classic, like that much. And then on Twitter... I guess Twitter and Tumblr are the places to go. Oh yeah, the songs. Okay, Clover, I see you. I'll get to those songs. Excuse me. I'll become the clips master again. Aw. Alright, now live. Twitch.tv Sangled. Is that what it is? Is that how you do it? I think usually, you put the link below the video. I'm gonna try to do it with the link in the post. Hold on. Doing that. And then reply the Twitch link. There we go. Okay. Alright, and Clover's song requests. We have Let's Get Those Three. Ooh, more Joe Cat.
Sad that there's no muscly girls in here. Well, I mean, yeah.
Wait, is this actually from a live stream of his, by the way? It sounds like natural dialogue. Hold on. I'm trying to find the small version, but I actually can't... Why can't I get the little mini player out? I can't get the mini player out. I can't show y'all the video. YouTube does not want this to have the little mini player. Damn. Alright, we'll just listen to the song.
Sad that there's no muscly girls in here. Well, I mean, yeah, but, you know, sure, I like to joke around and talk about how, oh, I'm strong women all the time, but that's not the only girls I like. I like big girls, pretty kitty girls, really witty girls, singing ditty girls. I like the licky girls with the nice thighs. I like a good chest, no matter what size. I like the belly folds, I like the six-packs, really tall queens, and the short stacks. From the mild girls to the wild girls. You got style girls, make them round girls. Yeah, I just really like girls.
The tamest thing the tamest, most heterosexual thing you can do on the internet, and yet some people were pissed off at him. Oh, another one.
I like to joke around and talk about how, oh, I'm strong women all the time, but that's not the only girls I like.
What's a mix?
I like
big boys,
pretty kitty girls,
Mississippi boys,
singing ditty girls.
I like the pretty boys with the bow tie.
I like a good chest, no matter what size.
I like a big beard.
I like like the six packs, really tall queens, and the short stacks. From the playboys to the wild girls, you got style girls, make them round girls.
I like the
Yeah,
the
just really
compilation. Oh, whoa. All right, cool. His girlfriend fucks him every time he get yelled online. Wow.
I like big boys, itty bitty boys, Mississippi boys, inner city boys. I like the pretty boys with the bow tie. Get your nails did.
I'm sorry, I cannot get this animation out into the little screen, so we cannot see the little animated version. This song is catchy. There's something about the bass line. Classic. Like, listen, there is something. Wait, I just can't do that anymore. What the hell? Why can't I get the little mini player out? Oh wait, there it is. I clicked an alternative button, and that's how it happened. Anyway, yeah. When it comes to Joe Cat, I've literally seen the only slander I've seen against him is how dare he express himself in this vaguely unmasculine way, which I'm like, y'all, at least he's not openly thirsting after Pokemon 12-year-olds. That is L-goons, in my opinion. So there are worse things he could be doing. You know, I think the problem, the quote-unquote problem people had with him is that his idea of expressing heterosexuality wasn't based off of pedophilia or dominance, which is what a lot of traditional male masculinity is about. So people got pissed at him, which, again, skill issue. I think yellow for this works out. Ooh, this bass. That's the good stuff. I think I may fix the texture of that a little bit. Yeah, I may make it so this is... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna press the back button a lot. But basically take this... Yeah, this whole situation. And instead of that, how about we try to do the same kind of this tassel, this kind of square. Yeah, that could work. I love drawing these kind of, these blunt bang-esque shapes. Because it's just shapes. It's so polygonal that I find it very satisfying to draw. Did you see the trailer for Hexed? Unfortunately, I did see that trailer, and two things became apparent. One, the comparisons to the Owl House were definitely not unfounded, even though, admittedly, it is a very generic witch alternate magical world concept, which the Owl House did not, like, you know, have sole propriety on, but it's interesting considering the correlation between Dana Terrace's treatment at Disney and now. And number two, the idea that the framing of things is specifically in a way that is optimized for vertical TikTok shorts optimization, I noticed it, and it makes my brain melt a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. the what is it? Strange World? What is it? The DreamWorks one that is releasing about the two girls who are actually weird instead of this weird girl LARPer that we have in the Disney one. Hext is so sauceless. And I hate to sound like one of those, you know, Disney was so much better when it was 2D, but a nice thing about 2D animation, stylistically, is that because 2D isn't limited by the 3D model, you can just push so much when it comes to, like, the face shapes and the lots of style. So even when it comes to the Disney princesses, like the early original ones, you can tell that there is some kind of stylistic difference between them. But when it comes to like the Tangled Onward protagonists that are like the young princesses, they have all the same like shape, and I can at least give Encanto its flowers for portraying a wide diversity among one like family line, which is particularly impressive. But oh my god, it's just so boring. That's what the movie is. It just looks so boring. It just looks so safe. I think that's why it's so disappointing. Like, how can you made an original product, which is great, but also you made it in the most boring way possible. They learned the wrong lessons from Frozen's success. Frozen and Tangled, I think. I feel like Tangled was because it's the first, you know, like big 3D movie, and they really loved it, and people really liked it because it was so modern and not traditional. Like, we had songs that were like pop songs, essentially, you know? So that post from Tumblr will remain evergreen. The one where it says like Disney movie concept art, and it's this beautiful like mural that has all these abstract like shapes and symbols, and then the actual execution is it's this. You know, the pose, it's like, yeah, don't mess with me, honey. Don't mess with me. Ugh, Lord. We're getting the most insane stuff out of Japan, France, China. Yeah, but the Disney animation studio refuses to. Yeah. Ugh. I actually didn't know that France in particular has such a prolific animation scene. I guess I should have known because there are certain movies that are like uniquely French. And you know, there are like TV shows and all that. But with a lot of animation, you kind of associate it more with like the good ones, more with like the East. But yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Like a nice little tassely situation. Don't let Miraculous Ladybug overshadow the other goats of French animation. Yes. I think that is very important. Not that Miraculous's latest season hasn't been impressive in its own right, animation-wise. I'm doing the SpongeBob meme. I'm talking about the animation quality, I'm not talking about the writing or anything else. Like, Miraculous, objectively, when you look at the storyboarding and stuff, they definitely have talented people, but it's clear that, you know, the execution of a lot of it is just falls under that well, we're a syndicated show, and we have to get this out, and we have to make the toys, and, you know, it just feels soulless to a certain extent. But I do believe that there are passionate and talented people working on it. Yeah, Laika. Actually, what country is Laika from? Is Laika American? Probably, right? Or it could be Russian, considering the studio name. I mean, I'm not saying, like, literally based in Russia, but I mean, you know, the origins. Laika feels vaguely European. Like the Nike, I'm thinking of Laika, so I pronounce it like Nike, but oh yeah, like the whole reason Laika even has the money to do shit is because it's founded by someone who has enough money to have it survive. Which, you know, ethical millionaires, I suppose. I'm gonna try this color for the tassels. Yeah, it's more subtle, but it blends. How about we take this gold and we kind of dull it a bit more? I think that'd be something. Make it so it's not so bright. It's like give everything kind of a dull sheen. Okay, now it's slowly becoming the color of her hair, which is not great, but love this. That's a little bit better. I will endorse exactly 2 Nepo babies. Yeah, if the Nepo babies are funneling their wealth into the arts and, you know, sciences and humanities, I suppose. That's good. That's good on them. Okay, I think that's a good color for it. I'm gonna take this yellow and everything is nice and dull. I think that was a firework. Okay. Sometimes you just hear pops around where I live, and it's usually not a gunfight. You know, majority rules, it's probably not a blicky going pop pop, because I have looked out my window lately and it's been fireworks. For what reason, I would not know. I guess maybe some people are really pumped about Juneteenth, which they should be, but it just happens. Sam Reich? Oh, is he a Nepo baby? Oh, interesting. I know very little about him. All I know is that, you know, he's the game changer guy, Mr. Dropout, as it were. Actually, Mr. Dropout is a really unflattering title. Maybe I shouldn't call him that jokingly, but anyway, people seem to like him, I think? I'm actually not sure. People joke about him being a bad boss, but I feel like that's the camaraderie they have at Game Changer. So I don't know if I don't know. You know, blink twice if you need help, etc. technically a Nepo baby succeeds in the field that their parent did. He's the son of former Secretary of Labor Robert Reich? I'm not gonna lie, just in general, being a person in power with the last name Reich, not the best look. I know you can't control it, but, you know. It's like having a name like Manfred von Blitzkrieg. It's like, on one hand, you can't help it, but on the other hand, I don't know. Names mean something. But I did not know that about Sam Reich. I guess good for him. I didn't... If this makes me sound dumb, I apologize. I didn't know that if your parent was, you know, in a cabinet, that automatically made you, like, a rich kid. I mean, obviously, on a certain level, in order to succeed in politics, you have to be privileged to a certain extent, but I didn't think that him being, like, you know, the son of a former something or something, that automatically made him a Nepo baby. Like, I know it's not nothing, but... like, it's not like he's from the Reich dynasty or anything. You guys see what the fuck is happening in this video, by the way? They're going hard! Both father and son seem to be using their powers for good. That is good. Dude, I remember when people, like, the big prize of something was an iTunes gift card, and my little kid ass was like, who would ever pay money for music on my device? And then I would hop my way to YouTube to MP3 47.net. And it never failed me. I mean, yes, downloading them and, like, you know, doing all that may be tedious, but I kind of rather do that than subscribe to a platform or something, because that just seems inconvenient more than anything. Musical piracy for personal use feels like one of the most benign types of piracy. Because, like, they post music stuff on YouTube, so download the YouTube video. There you go. Oh wow, I totally didn't color the lines on this part. Just completely neglected it. Is Dropout doing good? I don't have a personal subscription to Dropout. The only things that I've been interested in is very important interviews, because I'm just fundamentally impressed with improv in all of its forms, and the ridiculousness of it is something I mess with. Like, comedy becomes infinitely more impressive when the crux of it is that it's not scripted. Yeah, coloring in the lines that way, yeah. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, can't forget straw. Yeah, and this color should be that color now. And then I think just color all this. Actually, that's a bit bright. Maybe this one. Oh, maybe darker. Yeah, that's good. It's fun character design to just give something to chew on. I have done this trick exactly twice, and I look forward to when I can pull it off again. I have not been keeping up with the new seasons because last year's run of Game Changer was so excellent. I don't know how they could top it. I fear they might not. Aww, don't let that stop you from just seeing what they're doing. You know? I mean, from what I've seen of, I don't know if it's this season's Game Changer, but the whole shtick of having the rules that they paste onto themselves and all that, like, that looks fun. Again, I don't know squat about it, but okay, when it comes to the dyed hair, I'm gonna try a little bit to kind of smooth it out. Yeah, that's something. Yeah. I heard they're adding more animation. Do you mean that as in people who work in animation? Because I know that, like, now and again, they invite Miss Kiana Mai to their show. So, like, I know they invite artists and all that. Yes, I think this is a nice kind of dirty blonde fusion that they've got going on there. I think I've been looking at her for too long, I'm not gonna lie. But we can go ahead and start the Shade and Shine. I know that we have a sketch request with roses, so I'm going to make sure to get to that before we end. But I think we're at a very good point when it comes to Taylor. Apollo has sent something so interesting in the server, in the chromosome. So interesting. Matt Brawley dropped a teaser for a bona fide Animal Crossing themed animation. Okay. I mean, again, Nepo baby, so at the very least, it's clear that they're able to afford paying people exorbitant prices for all that. Okay. Animal Crossing themed animation is interesting though, because I'm sorry, I like the franchise. It feels like what would prompt it into relevance is my question. Okay, 25 shade. Did I give her earrings? Her ear is pretty bare, but I can't imagine her wearing any jewelry that isn't particularly practical. I mean, I do like Matt Brawley. Between Amphibia and the Owl House, and I hate to be like another person who compares the two just because they happen to come out at the same time and, you know, have certain ideas in common. Between those two shows, I'm actually more interested in checking out Amphibia. Even though it's more, you know, fantasy creature focused, and I am famously someone who prefers human stuff as opposed to fantasy stuff, it's mostly because the style seems more up my alley. Listen, love Dana Terrace, but I can't get over the style for the Owl House eyes. Like, it is a specific beef that will run from generation to generation, I suppose. But the Amphibia style just appeals more to me. I like how loose it is. And I also like where it goes with, what is it? Sasha and Marcy later? I've heard good things. So if I were to check out any of them, I haven't checked out any because I'm just not particularly into, but if I were to, you know, take the time to sit down and check it out, it would probably be Amphibia. Oh yeah, his new film! Isn't it was that the one that was like kickstarted a little bit? I think it was the one based off of Alice in Wonderland a little. Like my memory is not great. I do remember something about like a funky little girl. Regardless, I expect good things. What about the Infinity Train guy? I don't remember his name. I just know that he's really swell at posting pictures of frogs and hats, and that's kind of his thing. I mean, he still talks about stuff, but, you know. What is that guy's name? I don't see him on Twitter as often. Maybe that's why his name isn't coming to mind. I just know his profile picture, which is a frog in a hat. Owen Dennis! Yes! Oh, he had the Among Us show release? I've heard that show is good. So good for them. I don't mean good as in, like, holy, it's the next BoJack, but more as in, like, it's for something that seems like such a, you know, throwaway project, it's surprisingly well thought out and respectful. Like, everyone is a non-binary, which is such a decision, and I almost feel like that was a decision that maybe came from the original Among Us creators, because they're pretty, like, independent. But, like, I'm not personally into the Among Us, it's just not my thing, but good for them, I guess. I did hear a Patton Oswalt, and I, unfortunately, am a big sucker for a good Patton Oswalt voice. This will be the case all the time. Okay, that's that. And then for the body, it is 25%. Yes. I'm doing the shading, so I need to know what percentage to shade. New fantasy isekai film based on the Thai folklore. Oh yeah, I did see bits and pieces of that. I feel like it originally released as a concept that was dropped, and then people liked it so much they were like, alright, we're doing it! So I wasn't entirely sure what that was. But also, Rebecca Sugar working on stuff. Listen. Those of you who know me know that things I will love to death will not be spared from the criticism. Steven Universe is a show that, looking back on it, I still do love it a lot. I will say that there's a lot about it that, as the show went on, was not done the best. But, like, the legacy of Rebecca Sugar undoubtedly is, like, they hashtag did that, you know? Oh, based on the Nutcracker. Gotcha. Another story that is, fun. It's a classic, it's in that same vein of Alice in Wonderland stories that The Wizard of Oz is also in, where it's just, girl wakes up and is swept away to the quirkiest fantasy land imaginable. And you think the formula would run dry after a while, but it's a very timeless formula for a story. It's kind of the Western isekai when you really think about it. Except you're not in there forever. It's more like the temporary, like, magical world that occurs. The Nutcracker meets Bloodborne? I'm sorry, is that actually the pitch? Because that kind of sounds incredible, but I don't know what to think. I don't know what to expect from that. Which is kind of the point of a pitch. I mean, I guess someone who is familiar with both may know, but wow. Would you rather go to jail for 3 years or go to jail until your mom beats Elden Ring? I'm sorry, 3 years for jail, absolutely. Because in what world is my mother, who still doesn't know how a YouTube playlist works, and has to ask me how to change her password on her iPad, can beat Elden Ring? No, sorry. I'll be like, mother, rest. Take a break. I'll be back. I don't know about y'all moms, but my mom is not technologically literate, so the idea of her actually playing an intensive video game that involves combat is, like, I don't know. Trying to pull blood from a stone, or however that saying goes. Squeeze blood from a stone, that's how it goes. Personally, for me, your boy would not be seeing the light of day again, but it would convince my mom to get into one of my hobbies. Underscore. So basically, you're like, this for the greater good. I will be in jail while. So basically, what you're saying is that you have condemned both you and your mom to never-ending trials and tribulations for your own selfish desires. I see the kind of man you are. My plans are measured in centuries. Alright. Agent underscore, more like agent oversight. Heyo! That image of the basketball player throwing a basketball from the moon. Huh? Anyway. I haven't drunk water in a while. I think that's good for the. Oh, actually, I haven't shaded this part. Oh, and I also haven't colored in these boots. Like this boot part, I think I meant it to be this this part. Oh, hello underscore with the song request. I will get to it expeditiously. Ooh, Tame Impala. Is it Tame Impala? But for some reason I pronounce it like Tama Impala. Phonetically, it feels better to pronounce it like that. But oh my god, it's huge. Decrease that TV. Who is Tom Impala? That guy. He's right there. Don't you see the guy? Oh my god, the vibes. I can fuck with this. I love the contrast between the very crisp, upbeat rhythm and the echoing kind of like lucid dream vocals. It's like cruising music, but also like getting high music as well. If you had to guess how many people do you think are in this band? I'm sorry, it's a band? I thought it was just the guy. 4 people is my guess. Alright, so it is that and then 30 Shine. You are within 2 standard deviations of the correct answer. Just give me a greater than, less than, like, +2, alright? Like the absolute value or some shit. At the very least, this is done. So look at that. Look at that. What is it? Memphis? What is that classic style from the 60s? I think it's called Memphis or something like that. That's kind of what I'm getting from this palette, which is fun. I will have to change this thing though, because this has to be the orange to reflect it. Even though we don't have any white here to reflect it. Loving _'s new bridge troll era. Solve my riddles 3 ass. Yeah. I mean, whatever makes you happy, big dog. I guess the idea was I went for 4 because that's like a classic band quantity, but also an Impala is a car, right? So, you know, it's like a 4... It's like a family of 4 riding the car. That was the mindset anyway. I know it's wrong considering what you've told me, but that's just my thought process. Alright, so let's get to that. Wow, the way the dyed hair transitions here, it looks so crispy. Damn. Special treatment. Well, thank you for that song request, _. That was groovy. Now I have Jack Stauber in my recommendeds, as well as Macintosh Plus and Math Rock and Midwest Emo. I'm so curious about this. Midwest emo is such a... It's such a specific vibe that I don't understand, but also I completely do. Like, you know? I think the idea of Midwest emo fundamentally comes from the understanding that when you're in the Midwest, there's a sense of inherent isolation in the countryside. But you're not in, like, the South countryside, in which there's a sense of community. In the Midwest, there's a sense of, like, specific, like, geo and communal isolation, which I find fascinating. Math Rock mentioned. What is Math Rock? Am I stupid for automatically assuming that it's some shit that Weird Al would sing about? Like, when he did Word Crimes? Like, why am I not hearing about equations right now? How is that not Math Rock? Or at the very least, Weird Al when he was rapping as Isaac Newton in Epic Rap Battles of History. In all the scientific minds of history, they put a beaker and a bow tie up against me. I'm a master. I discovered gravity. Drop rhymes like I'm falling from the apple tree. I've got a bachelor's degree. You're no match for me. I've got a unit of force named after... Sorry. I'm ruining the vibes. You want a battle guy? That's a crazy notion. When I stop flowing, I stay in motion. Oh god. He's so good. Would you guys, like, stone me to death if I confess that I think Weird Al is, like, adorable in a nerdy way? Like, I don't find him attractive like I would Jim Carrey, for example, but I think he's cute. He's cute, you know? He's endearing. And I root for him. Even if you find people you fuck with, your best bet is to be alone together. That's so sad. That's so sad. Fuck it, I'm changing the playlist. This is too sad. It's summer. Summer. It's just prog rock with irregular rhythmic techniques. Oh, the band behind the song Roundabout is Math Rock Titan. Okay, so why are they named that? Like, now that's my new question. What inspired that name? It'd be so funny if Safi was like, so, you know the original band that came up with it? That's right. Their name was Math Rocks, and they were an educational band, like Schoolhouse Rock, and it just blew up, the popularity. It just got too big to handle. Yeah, it was incredible. Really ephemeral stars they were. Should I give her tan lines as well? Curious. What would she look like with tan lines? But I mean specifically as in like little bits where it's like a little bit paler. Like I don't know, like right here? Does that look good? I mean, it adds some... Nah. I think Avril can have the little tan lines. For Taylor, maybe not. I will say that I think I gave her kind of like an eyeshadow situation, which I will give back to her here. Their first choices were Life and the World? Wait, like as in the band called Life and a band called World? That's also not very good. Brother, the SEO, the optimization! Brother, you're cooked! You think with such bangers they would brainstorm more creative titles? I mean, you know, they're musicians. They're not I was gonna say they're not writers, but writing is part of the music, so whatever, man. Let's do like a 40% here. And so let's give the like maybe 60. Too dark. How about this? A little better. In their defense, they probably didn't care about SEOs. Wait! No! You're kidding! We're never getting bands with abstract names again. I mean, admittedly, the math rock thing is objectively better than what they were cooking before. So, you know. Did I do the blush thing on my other characters? I have to double check. Let's get you out. No, there's no blush. Okay, so I didn't do that. Alright. So when it comes to Taylor, I think we are just about done. How fun! Like, maybe I'll look back at this and think there needs to be a revision. But I think for the most part, this is as actualized as I'll get with her. 40% is good. We have a band named Geese in the big 2026. Fucking Geese? Okay, but here's the thing. Safi. 4D Chess. You don't know anything about them, but you know that you know their name. You know their name. So in a way, they got you. They got you already. The fact that, like, you know their name and you know nothing else, they got you. They hashtag did that. And I'm kind of pissed off that they got you, because they kind of got me too. It's gonna take some brain space for me to forget a band named Geese. Anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead and just simply shade this one. I'm always a big fan of titling stuff, either unique words or word combinations. Or at the very least, something that is like the speckled band, you know, the adjective noun, you know? Even if it's literally one noun, at the very least there's a unique qualifier before it, so it creates a unique term. That's how I feel about, you know, movies, bands, books, anything, mostly. Not only because of the inherent SEO optimization, but also just because it feels more unique to me. Like, you can do a lot of things with that. You can do blank of blank. And all that. Okay, I think that's good. And... oh yeah, I did draw her blinking. Oh, dude. Okay, but before we do that, we have a sketch request to fulfill. So I'm gonna go ahead and get to that. I guess Taylor can just hang out on the side because she's sexy and I put a lot of work into her. So this sketch request is for roses, and it's Yuri between Maeve and Esme. I think that is how I pronounce them. Okay. Honestly, my preference against one word titled anything is so strong. I can't think of anything that overwhelms it, except when the title is a character's name. That is a very clear exception. When the title is a character's name, or like something like the world, or like, you know, like Amphibia, for example. It's both the world and a made-up word. You know, Coraline works because it's both a made-up name and also the name of a character. Oh, they're a detective duo. Aww. Alright, I'm not very good at drawing fantastical characters, but I will do my best. Live reaction for a song? Alright. The unpatched strat for naming series is just making the series and then wait until you write a really meaningful sentence. Now, why did underscore, why was when I was speed reading your sentence and you wrote GRRM, I was like, Huh. I wonder how Good Mythical Morning had a really good idea for their title series. I wonder how Underscore is gonna explain that and justify that in their explanation. Now, ask me why my brain made that connection for no reason. You see how disconnected I am from the fantasy novel place, but how locked in I am on like the YouTube space? Like, dude, that just says so much about me. Because a part of me was so excited that like, oh yeah, Good Mythical Morning is a really interesting like title, and I guess you could say that like, was there a distinctive moment with the sentence that when they said, and I was like, wait, don't they say that every like my brain was jumping through hoops. I'm so sorry. I'd love to know how your brain works. Listen. The idea of Rhett and Link writing Game of Thrones has me crying. Dude, a tale of Rhett and Link? Get on it! It's waiting to be made! Oh my god. I think Good Mythical Morning is just such a funny YouTube series to joke about because they have no particular controversies. They're just two married dudes who have a ball with each other and are a little clickbaity now and then. But yeah, the way my mind works, Underscore, is essentially that in order for me to read things efficiently, sometimes my mind likes to autocorrect in situations where it's like, you know, my brain is like, it's okay, princess, I got this. And then it went ahead and autocorrected George R.R. Martin as Good Mythical Morning and was like, you're welcome. So that's kind of what's happening up here, if that's an apt explanation. I love that both Radiant Roses, I almost said guys. I know like they're two girls, but I mean guys as in like in a gender neutral way. I like to use guys in a gender neutral way. I like that both their gals are, they have the horns and are very animal-like. Maybe y'all are too close actually for posing purposes. I haven't watched Good Mythical Morning in so long, I can't even make a joke with a reference for it because I don't remember the structure of anything. Like, I know scenically how things go, but like, I don't remember their little catchphrases or anything. So it's just the abstract concept of Rhett and Link, and that's it. I don't know a lot about these characters, so I'll just draw like a nice little hand-holdy. I think that's safe characterization-wise. We love a hand holding. Yes! Yes! I got approval from my client! The client that's getting this for free! Yes! Okay, I think that should be good just as a general sketchy sketch. Please envision this man as Clavier Gavin. Okay. Your wish is my command, Safi.
I drinks a beer from the glass, but that's boring. Das Boot, ooh yeah, that's more like it, keep pouring. I have the German accent, and so of course I love beer. But how much can the Boot hold?
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, beer.
The thing I find so fascinating about German culture is that it's a common joke that Germans are culturally like super, you know, super literal, super organized, super professional and strict and all that, but also they're like the freakiest. Like Germany is where all the freaky sex stuff happens also. You know, like not just like fetishy stuff, but just also just freak stuff. So it's so fascinating to see this culture where like they're so like uptight, but they're also, oh my goodness.
Down with the butter. For dinner is simple. I always eat the same thing. Sauerbraten, goulash, bratwurst, spatzel, has some pepper and mayo. And to top it
Ew.
all off, I think the cake looks amazing. But there's just one thing I change. I think it goes without saying.
You know what's the amazing thing? I bet the punchline is back then wasn't even, isn't he like so if this was released in America, the punchline is, oh my god, he's so gay, he's so metrosexual. But here, the punchline is just like,
Das Beer Boot. Available now at vet19.com.
he's just kind of silly and flamboyant. I'm sorry. Is the whole premise just to advertise the site where they have gimmicky stuff? Wait, hold on. Do you guys see this fucking website? This website that is still active, by the way? Oh, dude, curiously awesome! Dude, it's so awesome! Ha 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 ha, yes! I'm not gonna lie, some of this, like, food-wise, I'm a sucker for novelty food stuff. Oh my god. I'm sorry, just the UI of the website alone is so wonderfully outdated. Like, the fucking, like, Arial or the Calibri text, the, like... like, if I view the page source... Oh, never mind, it's a Google Manager. I was like, could I see just a sheer HTML document for this site? But... a blast from the past. All my friends would quote the video as, for lunch, I'll have the Wiener Schnitzel. Ooh, yeah. Oh, wait. So, every now and then I go to, like, stores like Five Below, and they have these novelty things. Is this the website where all the novelty things come from? Or are they just, you know, one of many stores that specialize in novelty things? It'd be crazy if wait, this actually kind of goes hard. I've actually tried a giant gummy worm, not like this one, but like something similar, and oh wait, I love gummy stuff. This is tempting me. The demons are talking to me. Wait, the gummy Wait, why do they have fun facts interspersed in their... What the fuck? I'm so fascinated by this website, but we have to move on. Wow. Anyway. What a visual treat. I love me an oiled up German man. Oh, I know? When was this ever in doubt, Safi? I must show this to Royal ASAP. Oh no. In close proximity to an Ace Attorney stream, I fear it will infect the stream. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but I'm just like, we're at a very tense point in the story, so but it's a very delightful video, don't get me wrong. Okay, so the horn goes like this, and there's also a little snake wrapped around it, which I appreciate. I appreciate the snake. I appreciate any design that includes anything wrapped around to add a little, to zhuzh it up a little bit. Clavier starts saying that in court while confronting Darien. Please don't make me imagine Clavier ripping his shirt off. It would distract me sufficiently. I need that man oiled up and twerking at my desk. Stat! I'm sorry. Savi knew exactly what they were doing by unleashing the demon of all mind demons upon my desk. But, like, I'm afraid I cannot... It's very hard to concentrate on these very wholesome women who are gay. Know that my waking thoughts are now plagued by that man. As I'm sure many people are. Plagued by that man, I mean. Not, people in my mind. Something that kind of has stayed with me since the last Ace Attorney stream is, like, when Trucy mentioned, like, there's enough sparks flying with you two talking, and we kind of lampshaded it at the moment, but I'm like, did they mean that in a ship teasy way, or did they mean it in, like, a you guys are, like, arguing sparks flying, like, antagonistic sparks flying, or did they mean, like, romantic tension sparks flying? Because don't get me wrong, I've seen people ship the Apollo and the Emma, and to me personally, I'm not particularly into it, but I didn't know the game would allude to it. Better than it alluded to him with anyone else, I guess, but you know. Anyone else, I mean, like, any female characters that are in his vicinity is what I'm trying to say. We wouldn't want another Ryunosuke Suzato situation. I mean, I guess we would, in that we want it to be purely platonic and nothing else. Lavier's first line was, "This is the first time I felt this way with a man." Like, yeah, what did... See, I try to interpret that line as, like, what did the developers mean? Rather than go full homo all the way to the parade with it. Like... Yeah, because it's one thing to say, hey, you know, I'm a womanizer. I love being looked up and down by the ladies. But, like, hey, it's the first time a dude's doing that. And it's like, if it was in a teasing way, like, hey, like, are you checking me out? Like, that's one thing. But the specifically, him saying, I'm used to being inspected by the ladies, but this is the first time I felt this way, is definitely kind of like a, whoa, you're releasing some critical level, yaoi baiting into the ocean there. Anyway, how I feel with Clavier X Apollo is that personally, I don't want it to happen, like, during the story right now, because I just feel like the timing isn't right. And I also feel like, I don't know, like, I like Apollo, and I like Clavier, obviously. I guess, like, the nicest way to put this is that I like it when the attractiveness gap in the Clavier Apollo relationship is almost insurmountable, is what I want to say, because, like, the Ace Attorney writers are experts at yaoi bait and pretending to be oblivious of it. I mean, I totally believe in the first game they were like, it was totally accidental. Onward, when they knew that people were reacting to it and had fandoms around certain pairings, absolutely they knew how to target that base. The attractiveness gap is improved instantly when Clavier is one-sided. Exactly! That is the only way I can get on board with Clopalo, is if it starts completely one-sided. Like, I don't want Apollo to give a fuck about Clavier romantically. Like, yes, I can understand Apollo being like, hey, like, admiring him and being like, hey, that's, like, pretty cool, like, I wish I was cool, and stuff like that, but being totally, like, you know, otherwise just not being particularly romantic with anyone is like, I dig that dynamic. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I need Clavier to work for it romantically, and I need Apollo to work for it, with his physical attractiveness. I mean, I've seen some Apollo redesigns where I'm like, alright now. I've shared some with y'all. Y'all know the deal. But I will say, as it goes, he looks way too much like, I don't know, he just... Maybe my issue is that he looks too young. It's like there's something about the haircut and the design. Like, yes, he does look in his, like, super early 20s, but I don't know. I will always eat a popular character falls for oblivious loser. Yes! Humble that popular character who thinks that everything comes to them easy because they're charming and attractive, and then they come across the one person who could not give a fuck. And they're like, wait a minute, my powers! No! And it's about them being humbled. That's the stuff. That's the ticket. I think I like it because it's more interesting than popular character getting exactly what they expect, which is like the adoration and all that. It's just from the person they're into, and I'm like all right, so what's interesting about it? I mean, I could sort of dig like a person who is kind of a sadist and person who is a masochist, sort of, but it has to be done pretty like carefully well, in my opinion, for me to like it. I'm neutral on Apollo's design, not the most attractive man, but far from the worst. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that is keeping me back from being literally attracted to him is that he just looks too young. I think that's just my thing. He looks too much of a junior for me to be like, I don't know. That's just my take. I think Apollo's design serves functionally well for the character he's meant to be. Thank you, Almond Rat, for following. As a thank you, here is a rat that is shaped kind of like an almond. For you. Thank you. Who says I don't give back? Huh? Maybe because a lot of characters make fun of his appearance. Here's the thing, there are characters who, like, you know, are like, yeah, your forehead's big, or, see, the thing is, I find Phoenix more attractive than Apollo, and people make fun of his pointy hair a lot. I don't find the pointy hair a detriment. Like, stylistically, it's fine. It's not Apollo's forehead, it's just his... I think the hair is just so, like, carefully controlled, except for the two guys, that it just, I don't know how to make of it, maybe. Like, I like it, I like having a little loose hair. I like, you know, just, I like it when it frames the face. I think I can't obviously get in the details with the little dots and the patterns and whatnot, but I hope this suffices as a cute little drawing for him. Oh wait, I drew the snake guy. I should draw the moth for this one. There we go. Chillin'. Chillin'. Looks cute to me, yeah. I'm glad. Alright, so there's this nice kind of lavender. A bit more. Like this one for you. Oh wait, I totally forgot details of the bow tie right there. Well, I mean the tie. I was thinking of a tie. Anyway. There we go. And then for you, it's like a nice... Oh, I love a blue-purple pairing. Guys, do you guys have a favorite, like, color-coded pairing? I know this is one of those, like, easily recycled conversation topics, but I eat it up like cereal every time. But I love hearing people's takes. Like, do you guys have a favorite, like, color-coded pairing? I love me a blue and purple. Even though it's not a dynamic you see super duper often with me, but just personally, I just love how they look together. It's just so calming. The chillest kind of dynamic. The one that comes to mind, and very little else, would probably be Amadot from Steven Universe, which is very obscure, don't get me wrong, but I kinda like their dynamic. More than I liked Lapadot, mind you. But that's a story for another day. Of course, I like me some pink and blue, red and blue. Blue just goes with a lot of good stuff. Yellow and blue. Yeah. Green and... oh, dude, green and pink? Dude, green and pink is a good one. It's an excellent one. We cannot forget one of my favorite sapphic pairings. Pearl and Marina, who are just the most, like, they did that. They're beautiful, and everything they do is just color-coded perfection. Cosmo and Wanda? Sure, you know what? That works too. If there's any... honestly, if there's something I've, you know, sort of secretly and personally worked on with Chromosynth, it's the idea of exploring what color pairings that I'm averse to and try to overcome them. Like, a color pairing that I don't use too often, or like I don't usually like, is yellow and green, I think? Like, usually like yellow and green or yellow and orange, I think. I don't use them too often, or I don't like them too often, because when the colors are that close to each other, sometimes it's... I don't know. Obviously this is different with blue and purple, because blue and purple are gorgeous, amazing, wonderful colors, but with yellow can be a little finicky with how it can be used well. And I think that's why I went out of my way with the lemon lime situation I have going on with Lucas and Lawahis, to try to force myself to try to see how green and yellow can be good together. I feel like the the most obvious color bias that is available in Chromosynth, and I mean obvious as in like unconscious or not, it appears to be a trend, is probably red and blue? Yeah, I think so. Probably red and blue? Maybe? Lemon lime as pairing. Exactly! Exactly. Like, I can think of like prominent red and blue pairs from each little mini generation. Okay. Alright. I'm just gonna put on some extra filters for these guys, but otherwise that'll be it.
You're going to be alright.
Excuse me?
You just stumbled over a stone road.
Excuse... Hello?
It means nothing. Your goal lies far beyond this, doesn't it?
Alright, sir.
I'm sure you'll overcome this. You'll walk again. Soon.
Do they make wireless drawing tablets? Yeah, I think they do. Like a Bluetooth drawing tablet. But probably it has to be one of the ones that doesn't have the screen on it, you know? I feel like for the screen, it's gonna have to be wired. Like this Wacom thing I got going on, it has both the USB cord as well as what is it, the HDMI cord? It's corded up in here. So it's hard to do wireless when you got a whole screen going on. Excuse me. Yuri. Okay. Made Esme for Radiant Roses. I'm glad we have a dedicated sketch request channel because it allows me to look through my stream history just to, like, because I feel like the little sketch requests I get are little markers of each stream in a way. Alright. That is for the Radiant Roses. Thank you for the request. The nice thing about drawing two characters like this is that because the kind of loose and messy way of coloring them in, if you draw characters together, their colors just kind of blend together, which I think symbolically is very cute. They're so cute, I'm obsessed! Yay! I'm glad I hope I did them justice. They are a little monstery, which is a little out of my purview, but... Alright, so to finish this stream off, I'm just going to complete the blinking animation for Taylor, because I think that would be a good way to kind of put a bow on it. And I'm just checking Avril because I didn't in fact shade her eyes. So, and also this allows me to upload the sprite onto the website, which is the most important part. So we got one. What is this video? Alternate timeline of events? What? I feel like I'm being indoctrinated. What is happening? Anyway. Oh, do you guys want to talk about something fun, like, right before we end stream in, like, 10 minutes? Did you guys see the fucking Chimptopia discussion? For those of you who don't know, there was a teaser, or, like, I don't even know if it was a teaser. It was just some guy made a parody of an old, like, a Looney Tunes skit where they make fun of, like, a safe, modern style of animation. but replaced the safe one with the dinosaur from fucking Game Overs. And like it's just really, as much as I, you know, critiqued Game Overs in my own way, it is uniquely mean-spirited to be like, check out this guy, and draw your Sona beating up like a demented version of their mascot. Like it feels uniquely mean-spirited. And it was also used to be like, so support my cartoon where we're just three guys trying to make ends meet. What's special about us? Well, he's the funny guy, he's kinda dumb, and he kinda hates everyone. Give us all the money. And the creator made it too easy. It's just such a, like, why would you put yourself in that position? It's one of the worst end results of the animation wave. It's like, not only is your own product, like, if you just advertise it by itself, just like three dudes, whatever, it's like, alright, it's harmless in and of itself, it's just a kind of a bland idea. Like, there's a whole webcomics subgenre parodying the guys on the couch trope, but the fact that you opened it up with, check out those guys in the indie animation space, we're sick of those guys, aren't we? Let's beat them up, get out of here! Come on, where the quality is. It's so... It's doing it in all the wrong ways, in that, one, the original kind of like Looney Tunes-esque short that they're referencing, you know, it was made by, like, what was it, Chuck Jones or someone? Like a very prolific Looney Tunes animator who made that short after he had a very long established career of being, like, you know, a real good animator with his own style or whatever. Tex Avery, I don't know. And also, the short itself is visually impressive because they took the time to animate this Disney-esque squirrel moving and stylized in a way that isn't poking fun at a specific cartoon, just a general approach to an industry standard, where they were like, you know, this squirrel isn't like raunchy or saying anything meaningful, he's just like going on a children's adventure in the woods. Like, the critique is obviously not against an individual, but more so a stylistic decision to play animation as safely as possible. Which, even if you disagree with them, you're like, you have industry experience, I kind of get where you're coming from. But to take that and be like, check out this stupid dinosaur, Lernosaurus, what? It's just, you did that wrong, and also you were using it to promote the most bland-ass cartoon. Like, I'm sorry, like, I don't use this phrase lightly, I'm glad they jumped you for this, because you did, like, everything wrong. And then people looked at their creator's portfolio and was like, hey, why does he have, like, concept art for Nick Fuentes merch? You know, who isn't, like, an actual, like, alt-right shithead, and the merch itself was, like, America First shit, so, like, what's up with that? Interesting. And also, the premise of Chimptopia is, like, it has nothing to do with monkeys, except for the landlord, who is, like, the only brown person who is a monkey. Huh, interesting. Makes you think. Man, I would rather have 10,000 woke-ass digital circuses than a dude who thinks he's so much better because, you know, we're going back to the good old days where animation is about the most mediocre dudes possible. Get out of here. Like, I think that people giving him a second chance because he quote-unquote apologized by essentially lynching himself and drawing himself with a noose around his neck, you know, a la woke mob, and then, you know, being like, hey, you know, we're gonna make some redesigns and we're gonna go back behind the scenes. And there are some people going, you know what? I'm really proud of these guys for being able to take the hate mob in stride and actually try to improve themselves. You know what? That's pretty admirable. And I'm like, do you guys hear yourselves? Do you guys hear yourselves? Like, do you not see the Like, this isn't a guy who made a simple mistake and was like, oh man, oh jeez, I'm sorry guys. Like, this is a dude who like started the step into publicity with like flinging poop. You can't come back from that with a little, all right, you know, I washed my hands. See, my hands are clean now. Okay, I can start doing stuff. You threw poop. I'm sorry. I don't know if that comparison is like making sense, but like you started real low. Like, we should not be giving them the benefit of the doubt. Several replies came up with more compelling concepts. Like, yeah, like the idea that they're actually monkeys and you can play with that as in kind of like an anthropomorphized design rather than literally just the guys in the most bland-ass outfits you can imagine with personalities like hates everything, likes, I don't know, women? Like, it was just... ugh. Like, people cited Eddsworld as the, you know, the superior guys on the couch concept, and I will always glaze Eddsworld because that is a series that is kind of funnily evergreen, despite having Newground origins, so you would expect it to be kind of, like, offensive and outdated, but it's a classic cartoon series, so I will always give it its flowers for doing that well. And I'm gonna be so for real. I think the idea of turning them into monkeys and doing those better redesigns, it's nice in a fan concept idea, divorced from the original guys, but the idea of those guys seeing that and going, hey, let's go with that. Right, guys? Don't you want to root for us? I'm like, no. I want them to stop. I want them to remove themselves from the equation, because it's crazy. God, I'm glad it's like relatively died down where I am, but it's crazy how, you know, you will see that like, oh man, I actually kind of admire these guys for learning from their mistakes. It's such a thing that can only happen to like white male creators and no one else, you know? What a beautiful face. I would eat up regular show Phineas and Ferb-esque show about 3 monkeys who escape from the circus and try a new job. It's basically just We Bare Bears, but more like cynical adult cartoon and less, you know, like a kid show, which is fine. That's a fine idea, dude. I just don't want them to get any credit for it, for the creativity of people who thought of better things. That is my main gripe. Like, I don't want them to reap the rewards of what other people have done. I want them to pay for what they've done, is what I'm trying to say. Good night, underscore. Honestly, if anything good has come out of the Chimptopia thing, it's the fact that there's clearly a demand for just... It's weird calling it slice of life, but, you know, kind of regular episodic comedy things about just people living their lives. With a, admittedly, like a childish but simple gimmick. Also, by the way, can I say, the I almost said Edstopia. Curse. The Eddsworld comparisons are also not completely unfounded, considering the names of the characters completely correlate with the names of the 3 creators. Like, literally 2 of them are just their first names, and the 3rd one is, like, their last name or their nickname or some shit. And I'm like, I'm glad that this is the most, like, 2000s guy sits on a couch video game webcomic ass concept you could come up with, and like nothing original or interesting has come of it. I feel like I'm being particularly mean here, but I'm like, once you make merchandise for a white supremacist, I'm like, I feel like, you know, you've crossed the point, you know? Alright. One more thing, and that's like this. 40%. My wrist is actually getting sore, which is a good indication that I should be wrapping this up. Which is fine. We're just about done. One, two. I love using like big eyelashes as just a general 3D shape indication of the eye. Have you seen those DeviantArt OC ass character bios? I don't fully remember because, like, I was so disinterested with both the content and the presentation of it. So, wait, apparently the showrunner is currently attending SCAD. If his Kickstarter campaign is indicative of his academic work, I don't know how he has his ass handed to him during workshop. It will happen to him if it hasn't already. Like, the style itself isn't bad as a start, but like there's my issue with a lot of Kickstarter like project pitches is that what does he have to show for something to invest money into? Like, he has the bare bones designs and like ideas and drafts, like nothing that indicates like storyboards, episodes, themes and such. Like, it's all just, it's the potential show, and I wish people had so much, like, not to be like industry pilled, I wish people learned to actually present something as if they were presented to an executive with like a pitch deck and concrete examples of what they wanted in order to get the funding and, you know, deliver from a business perspective as well as from an artistic one. Because even for people who are well-intended and they want to get funding, I'm like, you have so little to sell yourself on. Like, you have to have something. Doing a Kickstarter for a product that's still in concept stage is always exactly, Goose, exactly. It's always gonna be a weird choice because it just doesn't feel thought out. It feels like it's not a Kickstarter level, it's you're trying to pitch it to your friends in order for them to work on it with you, in order to get it them on the team. Like, this is the level of project that should be for you to get people to work with you, not for people to crowdfund you. Like, that is the fundamental difference. Like, once it gets to the crowdfunding part, like, for video games, it should be, like, a demo. Like, maybe not even a fully playable demo, but at least a video, like, showing off, like, stages and worlds and all that. I don't know. For some reason, when it comes to, like, indie projects, particularly animation, which is, you know, ever-present, I've gotten particularly, I guess, adamant about the kind of stuff I've been seeing when it comes to indie animation, when it comes to funding specifically, because, like, I know indie animation has a high probability of failure, and a part of it is inevitable because it's just a huge undertaking, but I feel like some of it could be avoided if people went into it with more realistic expectations and ideas of the pipeline and how stuff like that works. I don't know. I hope I don't come off as, like, overly rude and saying, like, stop doing that, indie developers, you're, like, you know, I don't want it to make it seem like I'm discouraging everyone, but I will say that as someone with some familiarity with the industry and also just as someone in the public who would potentially, you know, support someone Kickstarter-wise, it looks amateurish if you don't present, like, a solid pitch and you are already at the asking for money stage. Like, unless the pitch is something that literally cannot be done until you have a budget, like, I don't know. Like, if you wanted to... I can't even think of anything in which the pitch wouldn't include anything because that's what the money would be for. Because even then you can include, like, sketches or a simulacrum of something. You know, like your best shot at conveying your idea. I don't know. I just think it's insulting when you have stuff like that, and I mean, I'm particularly being rude about it here because I think the guy's pitch is not good, but I just think it's insulting when you don't have, like, you're selling yourself short as well as not being very good at pitching it to the public. So it's just kind of frustrating to see. Alright, well, that is that. I am just, I'm gonna animate this in my own time and all that, but y'all don't need to see that. And then it'll go on the site, as we all know. But that'll be it for today's art stream. Yay! We got very impassioned during the end, because I love talking about, Twitter animation fandom stuff, completely unprompted. It feels arrogant in the same way that them insulting Game Overs was like. They're going into it with the assumption of, like, yeah, see, it's the hubris that is insane for that specific project, because, again, the original skit that it was, you know, making an homage to, it came from someone with the industry experience, so even if you disagree with him, you're like, maybe, you know, at the very least, he's been there and he has a repertoire that he can speak of. But for them, who are you? Like, you are inherently setting yourself up for failure when you are making the direct comparison between this thing and your thing is like a Rube Goldberg of paper clips and pencils. Like, dude, imagine if I made like a whole like animated thing where I made fun of like, I don't know, insert popular and talked about indie project here, and was like, aren't you guys sick of stuff like this? Check out my anticipated, I don't know, like comic or whatever. And like, imagine if Chromosynth wasn't the website it was right now. It was literally just like the most bare bones character pages, and that's it. No comics, no like lore, like no nothing. Just like the skeletons of character bios, and that's it. Could you imagine? Having your pitch hinge on we're making XYZ but better, that's just not, yeah, it's just also, like, listen, I will always side-eye people saying that, you know, if you critique this stuff in the industry, you're gonna get blacklisted. And I'm like, yes, if you're like making very obtuse personal remarks at people in the industry, yes, that's not great, and I don't blame people for getting blacklisted. But if you're just like making critiques and being like, hey, I have some thoughts about this that may be negative, and people responding being like, you're gonna lose connections in the industry based off of that, I'm like, that just sounds like a scare tactic as a vaguely like thinly veiled threat, and I just don't like that as a response to just criticism. But I will say that yes, I agree that just as a professional who is advertising themselves as, we're a young upstart, we've got ideas, you know, don't underestimate us. Take that, you indie bigwigs. It's crazy that they're not a parody. Like, you think that something so, like the series of events that led to Chimtopia and all that, you'd think it was just, it's astonishing to me, the lack of self-awareness. I almost wonder if this is it's an elaborate troll made by people specifically to, one, make people angry and create discourse, and two, scam people out of money. Like, in the back of my head, that's a real possibility for this because of how little, like, effort is put into the actual pitch itself. But again, that's maybe like a kind of copium, because I can't believe that someone would actually be so earnest and yet so dumb. But anyway, I'm sorry. I don't like being so like openly like venomous to creators like this, but it's just so, don't piss me off. Anyway, the finished Taylor animation is right here, by the way. I was animating it while I was ranting. But that'll be it for today's stream. Thank you guys for coming for this Taylor. I'm actually surprised I finished Taylor, as well as the big art thing. I'm happy. Today was very productive. Dude, Ryan Phantom is streaming. What is my friend Ryan Phantom streaming? She looks great, thank you! Goose, you are so nice with the compliments, artistically. It makes me feel very good, thank you, I appreciate that. Once I get past these ads, then I will see what Ryan is doing. But, just in case, I will also look at the art tag, see what is going on. What is he? Is he playing the? Oh no, he's not playing that. He's playing a different game. I feel like I've seen Northern Lion play this game before. It's like a multiplayer something. I'm not quite sure what it is. I don't know if Cassie's playing right now, but I think we can go ahead and raid my friend Ryan Phantom. It doesn't even say what he's playing. Like, the stream tags are automatically the stuff he likes. So, fun. But, let's do Sang Gang Raid. It's kind of crazy how throughout my streaming quote-unquote career, the raid message has not changed. This whole Sang Gang idea, like, a part of me is like, is it cringe to call us the Sang Gang? Is that still cool? Is it embarrassing? But, whatever. Kill what inside you cringes, etc, etc. Anyway, thank you guys for coming. Send my love to Ryan. See y'all tomorrow for Ace the Tourney.